do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. And listen to this incredible news.
Makes me happy.
Windows integrates reversing. Can you believe it?
Well, technically,
No! Don't answer. Now we can paste this Ferrari into Windows Light.
I'm not really sure what that is.
Listen to what else you get. No extra charge. A card file, a notepad, a clock, a control panel, a terminal, that's right. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today. It's an incredible value, but it's true. It's
Free screensavers.
and reversing. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today.
not really.
It's just $99.
Wow.
That's right.
What?
It's just $9.
I just can't afford it.
Wait just 1 minute.
I love
Windows Microsoft.
You did this, chat. I was happy with the samba. I was happy. I was happy with that, but no. This is you did this. This is your fault. Just saying. Oh, actually, I have to restart this computer. Plug the joystick in because we're playing KSP. Yeah, baby. Did you guys enjoy Summer Car last night? It was pretty fun. Guys, I'm gonna get more into this on Space News. I mean, you know what? This is in regards to like the stuff that went down with Starliner and Eric Berger and stuff yesterday. You guys, I'll be honest with you. Like that whole thread of Eric calling out people on the Discord and stuff. I'm like, I was just thinking about that in retrospect, and I'm like, I don't want to be a part of this. So, from now on, I am gonna try as hard as I can to just stick to technical stuff. I don't want to be a part of this, to be 100% real, and it's not healthy. It's not healthy. So, that was me. Dax, I'm doing good. You're playing Juno and building a space center right now. Cool. Hey, Chief, what's going on? I've been slipping in my analysis, getting stuff wrong, not hearing what I want to hear, etc. I gotta stop doing that. We have to get better. We have to take the knowledge to the next level. I find myself just giving the same explanations over and over and over again. And that's something that I swore to myself when I did this that I would never do. Barking up other reporters' trees and stuff. They ask some seemingly dumb questions from time to time, but it's not healthy. It's not healthy trying to police that stuff. So it ain't healthy. It did not make me feel good yesterday. I haven't felt good about this whole Starliner thing. So from now on, I'm just going to explain what's going on and not try to put context on it and kind of go from there. I don't want to. Could you please toss that ballistic communications node on Kerbal X? Oh, Agalex, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I agree with it. You know what I mean? It's just I don't think it's healthy sitting there and being like, no, this is wrong, I don't like what this guy has to say, etc., etc. I'm a little annoyed with myself that I let myself get into that loop. You know, I've been saying this whole year practically, don't get caught up in the static. I mean, and I haven't for the most part with politics and stuff, but I think I have with space politics, and nah, I don't like it. Not for me. I don't want to do that. I'm allowing myself to let it happen, and it's not cool. I just don't want to do that anymore. I didn't feel good about myself. I haven't felt good about myself in my analysis pretty much at all through this whole Starliner thing. It's not healthy. Yeah, it's not healthy, and it's wearing me out a little bit, and no. We'll stick to technical stuff and we'll go from there. I gotta up my game. I don't want to be that guy. Like, dude, the people in that Discord might have some legitimate grievances with the guy, but dude, it kind of like seeing it out in the open like that. No. Nah, not about that life, dude. I don't want to, I'm not going to get caught up in it. Nope. We'll stick to technical analysis and we'll go from there. Hey, Tara, what's going on? Yeah, no, I'm just going to move on. I mean, yeah, we'll just stick to technical analysis and we'll go from there. So was that a no? Yeah, sure. I play stock-ish, we'll say stock alike Daxed, KSP1. Like, I have a couple of mods here and there, but for the most part, the gameplay has not changed. I don't know what KSP2 is. I have no idea what that means. I don't know what you're talking about. Embassy was so late for me, I had to watch a VOD. Oh, the ghosted tractor memories. Yep. Hey, Mokum. So, yeah, fellas, I'm gonna, you know, like... Wait, what? You mean you reflect on yourself and make changes? Flip-flopper, how dare you make such rational and logical choices? I know, it's going against the grain. That's a controversial thing, changing your opinion on something like that nowadays, right? Like, you know, I'll just stick to technical analysis. Like, maybe we'll get spicy on, like, Flame Trench or something, but I don't think that it's not healthy, man. It's just not healthy. It's not healthy doing stuff like that, so I'm not going to participate in it anymore. And I did get caught up in it for sure. It's just not healthy. Now, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, I don't care. You know, we'll still do technical analysis on things, but I'm really need to do it without getting too heated, you know what I mean? It's tough, man. The space community toxicity is rising. Dropping out of the drama pot sooner rather than later is good. It's getting bad lately, dude. It's getting bad. I think people are angsty about other things, just life, maybe politics or something, and it's leaking into space flight. And I you know what? If that's the way it goes, that's the way she goes, man. Like, but I'm not doing that. I don't want to. I don't feel good about myself after I you know, just crap on Eric Berger all day. Like, I don't feel good, and I'm sure he doesn't appreciate it either. You know what I mean? So I'm just, let's just build spaceships and we'll do technical analysis. With that being said, there is a GAO report today. There is a GAO report today about SLS Block 1B, and I am going to read it, and I am not going to let it bother me. We will just stick to technical aspects of the vehicle if there is anything in that OIG report that has anything to do with that.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
So, yeah, I'm not, just not into it. Yeah, this is not the stream that I want to purvey, I guess. Not gonna lie, haven't stayed tuned in on the last few streams. Does taking the joystick out mean more flying today than building? No, I have to finish the dang thing. I have an idea on how to get it to fly better, get Dart flying better. Having passionate responses is normal. It's your job. Yeah, Katra, yeah. Do you still have that burger image? I think it's a command, dude, to be honest. Concrete Monkey, thanks for giving a sub to Ops a lot. I'm more annoyed about people complaining about 1B and the new But My Centaur. I mean, so Hellfish, before yesterday, I probably would have been like, no, that's stupid. You know, they're two different things. Now I'm just going to, here's like what I already have it kind of teed up. I've read a little bit of the OIG report. Everybody's saying, yeah, like even Eric was saying like, use Centaur 5, use Centaur 5. And I'll just technically compare Centaur 5, Delta V numbers, characteristic energy to projected EUS and go from there. And I'll let you guys decide which you think is better based off of what we find in the OIG report. That's all I'm gonna do. No point, no opinion, no axe to grind. That's it. The EUS is past critical design review, RJ. Yeah, meaning they're starting to fabricate test articles. It passed CDR a couple of years ago. Actually, you know what? Let me fact check myself. NASA completes design review of the SLS exploration upper stage. That was in 2020. December 21st, 2020. So that means for the last 4 years, they've basically, what you would do in this stretch between CDR and first operational flight, which is Artemis 4, which once again, don't have a date for that. So this makes this a little harder to say exactly what they're doing and what stage of the systems engineering that they're at. What they should be doing right now, because you got to scale to the date, right? I've always said that it doesn't make sense unless there's urgency, right? It's hard to say where they're at, but if they passed CDR in early, let's just say early 2021, right? Like, you know, pass the CDR late December, early January 2021. What they should have done is start fabricating out the production testing articles. So you'd take the blueprints, right, and you'd make a test article, right? Just make it. Just make like a common dome or a bulkhead, or actually it doesn't have a common dome. It just start making barrel segments for it. Make the LOX tank, make the hydrogen tank, make the struts that hold the whole thing together. And then based off of those pre-production models, you'd figure out a way to set up your tooling. That would be the way to do it. So if I had to guess, if I had to put my finger on it, they've probably got all the tooling for that EUS kind of figured out. And they're probably working on manufacturing prototypes for it now. This is all the pre-production phase, past basically what's between critical design review and like first test flight. Hey Natch, have you seen Real Engineering's video about Firefly? I think you'll love it. I haven't seen it yet, Natch, but I'll watch it. So EUS is gonna go from imaginary to physical? No way. EUS Lover Soul awakens in you. Dax, they're most likely manufacturing the first ones already. I kind of wish that they'd be more vocal about this, but guys, like New Glenn, the EUS is probably just going to come out of nowhere. But then again, we have to read that. I'm going to read that OIG report this afternoon, and we'll see. We'll see what's up. I want to skim it real quick. I have Kerbal open, and we'll get to Dart. I just want to understand what's going on here. Scheduled to launch in September 2028. Artemis 4 will be the... Okay. Artemis 4 will be the first flight of NASA's more powerful heavy lift rocket. The rocket is designed to increase the amount of cargo the SLS can deliver to the moon. A critical component of this upgrade is Boeing's development of the SLS new upper stage, the EUS. Once completed, the EUS will give SLS a 40% upgrading capability to send the Orion capsule and large cargo to the moon. Large cargoes. From 27 metric tons under Block 1, the SLS rocket's first iteration, to 38 metric tons with Block 1B. Just as an additional metric here on technical analysis, the Saturn V was 45 metric tons. 1B has been under development since 2014 and has faced changing technical requirements and competing funding priorities. These factors, along with congressional directives to accelerate the rocket's development, have led to increased costs and scheduled delays. Surprise! Originally intended for the Artemis II mission, Block 1B's first flight was moved to Artemis 4, extending the development timeline and increasing costs. Boeing's EUS contract has grown from $962 million to over $2 billion through 2025, contributing to the overall SLS Block 1B cost increase. In this audit, we examined NASA's management of the 1B development, focusing on the EUS. To complete, what we found. Those people have been up there for a long time. The bodies start to degenerate in space. Freaking it actually, that's kind of the reason why we have the ISS, to understand this stuff. Why is the screen flickering? You guys see that? Did it again. That was me. I just deactivated and reactivated the card. Let me just check the settings. Is Titan with you? No, not today. Maybe a loose cable. It's possible. That's probably what it is. We'll just see if it keeps doing it. I've noticed it's done this a little bit in the past, but it stopped after a while. Like, I've noticed it happens at the beginning of streams. Okay. Well, NASA requires its aerospace contractors to have quality assurance programs that comply with Society of American Engineers International's AS9100D standards on quality management systems. We found Boeing's quality management system at Michoud does not adhere to these standards or NASA's requirements. NASA engages DCMA. No, not DMCA. DCMA. That's the company that makes SLS, basically. I forget what DCMA stands for. To conduct surveillance of Boeing's core and upper stage manufacture efforts at Michoud. And when deficiencies in qualities are found, DMCA issues corrective action requests to the contractor. Corrective action requests are labeled level 1 through level 9, or level 4, excuse me. With level 1, the least serious deficiency. From September 2021 to September 2023, DMCA issued Boeing 71 Level 1 and 2 CARs, as well as a draft Level 3 CAR. According to DCMA officials, this is a high number for a spaceflight system at this stage in development and reflects a recurring and degraded state of product quality control. Boeing's process to address deficiencies to date has been ineffective, and the company has generally been non-responsive in taking corrective actions when the same quality control issues reoccur. Let me shake my desk. Is it flickering when I shake the desk? Quality control issues at Michoud are largely due to the lack of a sufficient number of training experienced aerospace workers at Boeing. Okay. To mitigate these challenges, Boeing provides training and work orders to its employees. Considering significant quality control deficiencies at Michoud, we found these efforts to be inadequate. For example, during our visit to Michoud in April of 2023, we observed a liquid oxygen fuel tank dome. See, they're manufacturing pre-production. A critical component of the SLS core stage 3. Oh no, that's on the SLS core stage, not on EUS. Segregated impending disposition on whether and how it can safely be used going forward due to the welds that did not meet NASA specifications. According to NASA officials, the welding issues arose during Boeing's inexperienced technicians and inadequate work order planning and supervision. The lack of a trained and qualified workforce increases the risk that Boeing will continue to manufacture parts and components that do not adhere to NASA requirements and industry standards. We project that SLS Block 1B costs will reach approximately $5.7 billion before the system is scheduled to launch in 2028. That is $700 million more than NASA's 2023 agency baseline commitment, which establishes a cost and schedule baseline at nearly $5 billion. I'm going to switch to this scene just to see if it's that scene that's flickering and not the stream or anything else, guys. Just bear with me. U.S. development accounts for more than half of this cost, which we estimate will increase from an initial cost of $962 million in 2017 to nearly $2.8 billion through 2028. Boeing's delivery of the EUS to NASA has also been delayed from February 2021 to April of 2027, and when combined with other factors, suggests the September 2028 Artemis 4 date could be delayed as well. Surprise, surprise! Factors contributing to these cost increases and scheduled delays include redirection of EUS funds to the core stage during Artemis 1 production, changing Artemis mission assignments, and maintaining an extended workforce 7 years more than planned. Manufacturing issues and supply chain challenges. Yeah, you guys remember what I said about Europa Clipper, right? Europa Clipper is doing stuff like that. They doubled its operational, well, actually, it's not doubled, it's like tripled its operational lifetime. So now you have a workforce that's going to end up spending basically 20 years on this project instead of like 10. Yeah. Like I said, we didn't save money switching Europa Clipper to Falcon Heavy. We definitely did not do that. Now, but it's funny because that was the reason why they said, oh, we're switching to Falcon Heavy because it saves costs. No. Here's the truth. If they had waited for SLS, it never would have launched, and it would have ended up costing even more. The predication that we're going to spend more money is that whole premise is kind of predicated off the fact that there might be an SLS core ready. With something like Europa Clipper, it would probably be good to tell the people that you want to launch the rocket on that your payload is going to launch on that rocket. That's the big problem that was the big problem with Europa Clipper. Europa Clipper was like, we're going to launch on SLS. And the SLS people were basically like, what? Really? Wait, when are you going to tell us this? It's a little more complicated than that, but that's the idea. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the SLS contracts are a mess. I mean, that's... All right. Yep, could have told you that. Also, why block buying rockets is a good thing to do. Been saying that since 2018, dude. Do you think NASA would save more money if they pulled out of Boeing and inserted their Project Overrun directly into SpaceX? See, Lone Wolf, I think that's something that people need to understand. That's not what would happen. You know? That's not what would happen. NASA, all that would do is just reduce NASA's bottom line. That's it. That's all. Nothing more. That money wouldn't go to SpaceX. And if somebody at NASA tried to redirect that money to SpaceX, NASA would probably get sued. Yeah, they'd probably get sued. Would they win? Probably not, but aerospace corporations, SpaceX included, do stuff like that whenever they don't get their way. They throw a temper tantrum. And a corporation throwing a temper tantrum is taking NASA to court. Blue's done it. SpaceX has done it. Everyone's done that. Boeing's done it. Northrop Grumman. Every Lockheed, everybody does that. Yeah, so you know, it's not that's what I talk a lot about SLS, and I like it. I think it's a good rocket. The costs are definitely something to think about, but another thing to think about is that calling for its cancellation is you're now, don't get me wrong, like I've talked to people about this that hate SLS, and they're vehemently like adamant about doing this, and that's okay. That's fine if you want to do that, I suppose, if that's the way it's going to be. But those contracts will not. It's not like that $5 billion that they've slated for EUS is going to go into Starship development. It's not. It most likely will. It most likely would go into defense spending. They would find a way to, they would find a way to go to retain that technical expertise, right? So all those aerospace engineers that Boeing, and NASA have that work on SLS would just find their way into the defense industry, because that's the only other field that they could go to, right? Defense, maybe aircraft, civilian aircraft, maybe, but defense is where the money is. It's always been there, and what's my theory behind this, just in case anybody's asking? Well, when they canned Constellation, that's what happened. Most of the engineers either retired or found jobs in the defense industry. Like, the same thing happened with Apollo. Look at Von Braun himself. Von Braun went to work for a defense contractor after he figured out they were going to cancel the Apollo program. He left NASA in the 70s because he was like, look how they massacred my boy. They massacred my boy. And they said, do the space shuttle. And he's like, yeah, I'm not being a part of that. And then he went and worked for a defense company. I forget who he worked for. I think he worked for Martin or something after. So I've never really considered canceling SLS as a solution. That's not a solution. But see, here's the thing. Like, we're kind of screwed, to be honest with you. So why are we screwed? We're screwed because we're kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't. We cancel it, it's going to be expensive. We wasted all that money, and that money is not coming back to NASA unless somebody has a new structured program that they can pitch to Congress. Right? So unless somebody comes along and says, we got to completely rethink how we do space, like a president or something, and let's be real, I don't see that happening, right? But that could be. We can reprioritize, right? So that funding can go to other NASA programs. But yeah, for the most part, if NASA gets funding cut, it gets cut and it doesn't come back. I mean, here. This is a good teaching lesson for exactly what I'm talking about, dude. Here, take a look. This picture. You know the picture I'm going to link. See what I'm talking about? If you cut funding, it ain't coming back. unless we have some paradigm shift in how we think about funding NASA, that's not happening. So you got to think about that. You cancel it, that money goes somewhere else, or just goes back into the budget towards something that is not nearly as exciting for us as space fans, right? So that does two things. One, there's a vast unemployment of aerospace engineers. A lot of people work on SLS. And two, and I said they'll find jobs in other parts of the defense industry, sure, no doubt. Or maybe they'll even go to the commercial industry, who knows? And that could be good in the long run, but the big thing is that that is money that is being spent on the civilian scientific public space program that you're not getting back. That is a massive budget hit to NASA. Dude, unless somebody can show me a contract structure that basically assures that money would go to SpaceX or something, canceling SLS that's not what's going to happen. It's not what's going to happen. It hasn't happened historically. That's never happened. That's never happened in the entirety of NASA's history. Once the budget for the Apollo program dried up, they never put it back. They took it back and used it to make more bullets or something. I don't know. That's an analogy. I didn't think they used it to make more bullets, but you get the idea. I mean, the space shuttle had a ton of problems. Look. You needn't look no further than here. So, I mean, what's the other, like what I said, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. What is the other solution there? The other solution there is to drastically, or we could see it through, and what the OIG says is going to happen, and we most likely won't get like a fully operating version of SLS by the end of this decade. I mean, I think it's really funny that NASA leadership keeps saying we're going to get to the moon, and we're going to use this decade to learn how to get to the moon and learn to live and work on the moon. What are we going to live and work on the moon for 2 years and then dump it for Mars? Well, unless we're thinking about a way to make SLS work with some type of Martian transfer vehicle and architecture, that's not happening anytime soon. Look, man, if we're serious about going to Mars in the 2030s, we got to figure out the design and development of the architecture that's going to get us there right now. And even now is kind of pushing it. If NASA had a blank check, right, Apollo style, right now, to get to Mars in the 2030s, maybe I'd believe it, maybe. But the likelihood of the Apollo program bump in funding, unless we make spaceflight a national priority, is not going to happen. And I don't mean to be cynical, but so we could either just see it through, in which case it's going to take freaking forever, and then who knows what SpaceX will be cooking up by the end of this decade. I mean, and then what's the point? I've always wanted SLS, and I've always been an advocate for SLS because we don't have any analog to it. There's nothing that can do what it does right now. Maybe in the future, though. Sure. Yeah, Starship's going to do it. Starship doesn't carry a human rating. That's going to be a huge line item for SpaceX, though. Starship not being able to launch people into space is... Careful. I honestly don't see the second option as a loss, and it's an investment in skill and experience. Yeah, of course. What happened in 91? Cold War ended. Hang on. I'm going to try to adjust the cables here, guys. Give me 1 sec. Screen flickering. I'm sure in a few years they can build a usable lander, not Starship. Revamp Nova. That'd be nice, bud, for sure. One thing I'll say about that chart you had up is that their percentage didn't change, but the national budget is quadrupled in 20 years. Yeah, and so is inflation. Yep. The budgeted a local maximum in 1991. That was George Bush Sr.'s SDI program, Strategic Defense Initiative. So the shuttle was originally, from the start, had like 4 tiers to the program. Build the shuttle, build a space station, work on chemical tugs to get us back to the moon by the 80s, and then work on nuclear tugs to get us back to the moon, and then use that architecture to go somewhere else. The shuttle looks a little bit like Clipper from the USSR. Yeah, DART is kind of like that. It's kind of it's my own design, Dax, so it's kind of like a combination of a bunch of different vehicles. So that was the original plan. NASA got cut hard under the Carter administration. I mean, right there, you can look no further than right there. They went through some nasty budget cuts in the 70s, and, you know, then we wonder why the shuttle was delayed by a couple of years. And then throughout Reagan's kind of first couple of years, you know, it was okay, right? It was okay. And then they really started to cut funding. This was because shuttle R&D was ramping down and operations were ramping up. Just like right here. NASA's highest budget funding point was in 66, and we got to the moon in 69 over here. As you go past development and you ramp into operations, your costs go down because you figure out ways to do it faster. You don't need as much like sensors on your vehicle or something. So this was ramping down shuttle development, which proved to be a pretty dumb thing to do. Believe it or not, and not a lot of people know this, NASA's administrator got canned in 1985. Yeah, they canned the administrator. Reagan did. Yeah. Actually, the National Space Flight Council and Reagan. They canned the NASA administrator. When Challenger happened, NASA was under an interim administrator. Not a lot of people know that. And then, you know, there's Challenger. That happens right here. It's, you know, like, not a coincidence that this happened at a low point in NASA's funding. It's, you don't need, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, right? And then from there, you know, the Reagan and later Bush Sr., Reagan had Star Wars. You know, Star Wars, everybody thinks about those damn satellites, but there was a lot more to it than that. He basically said, all right, well, we have the shuttle. It does have some problems, but we're going to make it safer. And we're going to see the program through, right? And what they did was they enacted the second part of the original Space Transportation System roadmap, something that didn't happen. I mean, Nixon canned the original roadmap, and then Carter defunded the development of the first part of the roadmap. There, like I said, there were 4 phases to STS back in the day. That was the idea. Make the shuttle, build a space station with the shuttle, use it as an anchor point, use that to develop a cislunar architecture, so space tugs going back and forth that the shuttle could pick up and drop off. Centaur G is what that program ended up being.
Go at throttle.
And then develop nuclear tugs so the shuttle basically just becomes a cog in the machine on a interplanet or intercelestial body highway between the Earth and the moon. Nixon back in 72 said, yeah, I like what you're saying, just do the first part. Because Nixon, I don't know. So, by the late 80s, Reagan in his second term and George Bush after him, George Bush Sr. was Nixon's vice president. I don't know, a lot of people know that. They had the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, and that basically part of the Strategic Defense Initiative. Well, Reagan was Star Wars, Bush was the SDI. So part of that was getting money back into NASA and getting NASA going on the R&D front again. That's why in the early 90s and into the 90s, we saw programs like the X-33, DCX. Really, really next level stuff because of SDI. That's where that funding boost kind of came from. And with SDI, they greenlit building the space station. So in the late 80s, NASA was working on the designs for Space Station Freedom. They were going to build Space Station Freedom, and then after that, they're going to, start working on the space tugs and stuff. I mean, Centaur G was already out after that. They abandoned Centaur G because they said it was too dangerous after Challenger. Don't short development on launch vehicles, on complicated launch vehicles, and this probably wouldn't happen. SLS has been shorted throughout the entire program, by the way. Yeah, Congress is shorting the funds on their own rocket that they developed. Just thought I'd put it out there. So by the time 91 came around, SDI started working on all these other programs, new X-planes, stuff like that. So like you had like stuff like the 81, X-29, reverse swept wing stuff. Shuttle got a station on the books. They started building out the components for the space station. And the components for Space Station Freedom were supposed to launch sometime into the, basically in this area right here. And then the Cold War ended. Clinton got into office and promptly said, cancel all of that. We don't need to do that anymore. We don't need to fight. We don't need to beat the Soviets. That's basically what happened. Do this for cheaper. Do it for cheaper. Do it for cheaper. We can't carry this big defense spending anymore. The Cold War's over. We don't need to do it anymore. So the Freedom Space Station got canceled, like halfway, actually more than halfway through development of all of the modules. Like they had about half of the modules like made, ready to go with the shuttle. By the time they canceled Space Station Freedom. They canceled Space Station Freedom and replaced it with the ISS project. They said, work with the Russians. It's cheaper that way. And there is another component to that. They said, work with the Russians because we do not want their aerospace industry looking for work with bad actors. Which, that's not the worst idea. That's not a bad idea in itself, but using that as kind of a way to slash NASA's budget is not this. I mean, well, we saw in 2014, and now we see since 2022 why that wasn't a good idea. But hey, it was a good idea for the time, I guess. Fun fact, guys, in the 90s, they even said, don't even bother developing your own launch vehicles. We could save money by launching our satellites with Chinese rockets. Intelsat 708, look that up. There's a reason why we don't do any work with mainland China. There's a very good reason why. Was that the infamous RUD? Yes. We basically went over there and taught the Chinese how to make a guided missile. And then when we went to launch the satellite, the rocket just blew up. It mysteriously just malfunctioned. And just went off course, exploded. And all of a sudden, the Chinese had better missiles after that. Weird. Okay. So, yeah. Basically after that, this is ISS funding, that little bump right there. And then NASA's basically just been shorted since then. It's been status quo since then. This little bump in funding right there was going to be the ramp up to Constellation, which probably would have put the budget up here somewhere and then back down. And then they canceled that and canceled the shuttle. And NASA's basically been petering since then. Yeah. Guys, I think the reason why I'm taking the time to explain all this right now, once again, I'm not trying to get mad, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm not doing anything like that. The reason why I'm taking the time to explain this to all of you is this isn't anything new. It's not anything new. I've spent way too much time reading about the history of NASA and funding. It's not anything new. This stuff happens. It happens all the time. It's been happening for the last 40 years. And we wonder why Challenger, Columbia, the situation that we're in with Starliner, we wonder why this stuff keeps happening. The delays to the SLS program. Now, the interesting thing is that I genuinely believe that the reason why the SLS program was so shorted is because you didn't fund it in the first place. Congress shorted their own rocket. Like, it's the equivalent of shorting a stock, right? You want this rocket, you want to build this rocket, and you sign its capability into law, and that rocket is going to cost money to make. It costs money to make a super heavy launch vehicle. Let's just say it costs $5 billion to develop SLS. Just develop it, right? Hang on, YouTube just croaked for a second. We back? Congress said, no, I want you to develop this $5 billion rocket for $1 billion. And we've been trying to make up the difference since. That's why there's all these cost overruns, and that's why SLS's contract structure is in the toilet. It's terrible. It's kind of scattered to the winds, like what I always say. Yeah, RJ, of course. I mean, we're back. It stuttered, but good. All right, cool. Thanks, Craig. Okay, so yeah, just a little bit of lesson into funding there. I mean, I don't know. Take that for what you will. I'm not gonna try to make any opinions or any point about it. That's those are the facts. That's what happened. Like, think of it what you will. Not trying to change minds. Just present people with the information that's needed. Okay. Music. Yeah, baby. Like, hey, I don't know what to tell you, dudes. All right, so Dart, we've been messing with this a lot. What I decided that I want to do is I kind of started testing out a bunch of different things. I have a craft file with a bunch of different versions of what I think we would want for Dart. And then I kind of sat here and I was like, here, it's the 40 master redesign file. I have like 3 different fuselages here. And this is just me exploring different ways to design this. We basically figured out from the wind tunnel testing that the fairing being at the very back of this makes this thing fly tremendously bad. It flies like a shuttlecock in badminton. Basically, the nose wants to go down all the time. Because this thing makes a ton of drag off the back of the vehicle. So the solution to that was to make a 2 fairing design, like this. Instead of having one big fairing at the back, going all the way to the front, you have one fairing right here going forward and another fairing going backward, right? This overall changes the center of pressure of the vehicle and moves it more towards the front. That should get it to fly better. We've been having trouble with Dart during its re-entry, trying to get the nose up, trying to get it to re-enter the way I want. I want it to re-enter somewhat similarly to the space shuttle, because that's, or any type of winged re-entry vehicle. I want it to kind of follow something similar to the X-33 or the X-37. Well, not that we know what that is, but I have a good idea what that re-entry corridor is like. It's probably like the shuttles. It all kind of stems back to the space shuttle, right? KSP2 doesn't exist, Basket. Yeah, that's why. Dude, the flickering is so bad. So what I'm thinking is just basically rebuild Dart with this double fairing design. Rebuild it exactly the same way with the double fairing. What I started to try and do over here is build out an arrow shell. And it does look cool. It looks pretty awesome. But I think I got a little too preoccupied with how it looks and not as preoccupied with how it performs, to be honest with you. So what I'm going to do is yeah, it's not working, dudes. I don't know. Maybe we should restart OBS. It's definitely the capture card. It's definitely the capture card. Hey, it's a Delta Flyer.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Chronic Disorder, 2-month resub. We're losing that nose. Check the cables first. All right. I mean, we can do it. capture cable. Okay. We'll see what it does now. I just kind of moved the cables around and reseated them. It did it again, didn't it? Yeah, I saw it. Mr. Dick. I'm gonna shut it off for a second. Let's try forcing a custom res on there. It's gonna look ridiculous. Just bear with me here. Gonna do my trademark round the SPH thing. Of course, when I look away, it does it. All right, give me 1 second, dudes. I'm gonna unplug the cable and plug it back in. Almost fell. Almost took a digger. Almost fell. That would have sucked. Hey, don't fall. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. You have a can of air to blow it out. Blow out a cable? Not gonna lie, it would have been funny. Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, so just found about an interesting new indie city building game that is focused on junctions that come out next year. DM the announcement video for it. Oh, cool. Do you upload these talk streams on anything else? Been listening to the stream in the background like a podcast. Would love to listen to discussions like this on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and my car to keep up to date on space news from you. Apple Podcasts. Funding for no flickering, thank you. They're on YouTube, Ike, but I wouldn't even know where to begin to try and put this stuff on like Spotify or Apple Podcasts or something. I've played Timberborn on stream many times, Eric. Yeah. Maybe we could work Timberborn into the rotation, dude. Sure. Kind of open to that. I haven't seen any flickering in a little while. Zarek, you're relatively new. Yeah, dude, I played Timberborn. I probably got like 200 to 300 hours in Timberborn. I mean, it's nothing compared to KSP or any other, like, I mean, I think I passed it with workers, but, excuse me. Timber Tuesdays. Nice. What was I saying? Sorry. Zarek, bless you. Thank you. No turbo. Did it stall? No, we got to spool it. That's all. The new engine update is great. Yeah. Cool. Sorry, I completely lost my train of thought because I'm watching to see if it's flickering. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've played Timberboard many times, dude. We could rotate. We could work it into the rotation, dude. Timber Tuesdays, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Gotta launch SLS Block 1B in KSP and hope it works better than the real life thing. What do you mean, Dax? SLS works fine in real life. It's everything else but the rocket at this point, dude. All right. So, I like the arrow shell. This is actually, I mean, it's kind of a cool design, but I don't know. I'm fairly confident that building basically this exact thing, just with a redesigned fairing, will work. I think it'll work just fine. Stable? Thanks, bud. Bless you. Thanks, James. Yep. Yeah, I think this is actually going to be fine. The arrow shell looks sick, though. It looks really good. I really do like it. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's what I'm saying. SLS is the only thing that's working. Why did NASA have so many issues with the space shuttle right near the end of its lifespan? Was it due to funding issues or its age? What do you mean near its lifespan? Near the end of its lifespan? They didn't. From basically 2005 to 2011, the shuttle operated perfectly. Like, really, like, they really fixed things up. From STS, what is it, STS 115 to STS 135, shuttle worked perfectly. And the more you look at it, the more you like it. Chief, it's going to be hard to try to find a way to blend these things. You know? But we could do it. You said you were concentrating too much on looks. Yeah, I mean, we could do it. The double fairing design is really what I want. Why can't I tune into Dr. Nee building stuff? I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not tech support for that. Are you gonna do a shuttle thing with where the panels are on the bottom like a heat shield? I don't know, Erudite. I don't think that's what Dart needs, to be honest, to get it to fly right. This whole thing was just get up and running again to try and get Dart to fly correctly. Build both versions to see what flies better? Well, yeah, it'd probably be better to build out the just revamped fairing one. So, Let's go to our test nodes and make changes on that. I mean, I guess. Okay, so I'll save this and we'll go to master redesign R1, right? And master redesign revision 1. Let's just go in here, set the date so I know 8/24. We don't need last produced. It's nothing. Oh, it already exists. I gotta see what that craft file is before I overwrite it, because I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we can overwrite that one. That's no big deal. Yep. Save, overwrite. Cool. Alright, so because it's the R1, I'm gonna take the arrow shell off and I'm gonna do the original changes that I wanted to do to Dart. So get rid of this stuff. And we will take our nose cone and we will re-add it up here. And I'm basically just going to make this exactly with the revamped fairing, and we'll go from there. So I had this angled down at 10 degrees in that design. And yeah. Just gonna make a little bit of a lip on the front bulkhead like that, but with wings and stuff going over it, it should be okay. So now, what I'm gonna do is with this file, we're gonna get rid of that. We don't need that. I just need the original vehicle. And yeah, we're just gonna start transferring components. So we already have the nose, right? Now we need the wings. But I need to study the hierarchy of the vehicle as well. What's connected to this fairing? Okay, everything is connected to that fairing. Everything's built off of the root part fairing. Okay. So there is some things that we got to check. I have to... We're going to need a structural bulkhead back here to attach stuff to. And this is where I'm kind of worried. I need a flat 1.8 meter plate that goes right here. But I'm worried if I put a flat 1 meter plate back here that it's going to do the exact same thing that this is doing, you know? It's going to do the exact same thing. So I'm not 100% sure how to go about making a flat back here and putting all the components that we need on there to get that to work correctly. So let me think. You know what? What's worked for me in the past is doing flags. So I take a flag. I have color swatches with the flags, so you can use that as a backing plate. See? Oh, that one is... Damn. Nice. Use an interstage node. I never said I had a problem with attaching it, RJ. I said I had a problem with what part I should use. Attaching it, yeah, that's easy. Just yeah, an interstage node should work. But we got to make sure it's not in the main line of hierarchy for structural reasons and well, for a bunch of different other reasons. Mostly structural though. So I'm gonna save this. Let's just detach that for a second. First thing that I got to do is we got to remember, mainline hierarchy, that's something that a term we used to throw around a lot. Well, since we're at that point. let's get our template back up here. This is a template that picks up on the original angles. So this shouldn't be too hard to fix. See, the struts are acting as a ruler, so I know where to place everything. There we go. Save. You know what? I'm not sold on the cockpit being angled down. I'm not sold on it. The original Dart design did not have that. That's something that I introduced after the fact. But then again, we did do some subsequent wind testing with it, but I'm just basically gonna revert that and the thruster blocks back to their default positions. Because I'm not 100% sure if that's the right way to do this. Worst case scenario, because the reason why is because this makes it so when a Kerbal is in it, it defaults the control point 10 degrees down. I don't necessarily want that. That's not ideal. Because that could get, if I forget that it's set down 10 degrees, I could crash the vehicle because I didn't remember that it was. So let's just leave it in Dart's original fuselage configuration. This is the one that I used in mission mode. That's the way the fuselage was set up, minus the double fairings. So let's go from there and see what happens here. So that docking port is our root part. I'm going to try to inset our docking port. And now I'll inset the docking port because I obviously have to redesign whatever payload attachment fitting on whatever rocket we're going to launch with this to work with Dart. So not a big deal. I also noticed that I have really no locator pins on this design. So there was really never any actual way to confirm that Dart was perfectly true. Like when I went to put this thing on the rocket, because what I did was, just in case anybody doesn't understand what I'm talking about, back in the day, Dart came from a save where you could not build vehicles in the VAB. You had to make your own VAB on the pad. It was just a self-imposed rule that I had to build out the infrastructure for the vehicle. So what we could do is make stages inside of the SPH, tow them to the launch pad, and then we had our own integration building and we could stack the stages on top of each other. I did that in basically stock KSP with the 2 DLCs, right? And then the flag pack is the only custom part I have technically, right? So the idea behind Dart was that it was fully reusable. You could fly it up there, it goes up there, you could bring it back down, right? You could land it on the runway, and that's where we had controllability problems. The getting it back to the runway part was the bad part. And then what you could do is you could tow this thing right back to the pad, attach a rotating bracket to it, turn it upright, and launch it again. That was the whole idea. It's pretty cool. Does anyone understand what I'm talking about? I don't know. Do you? I'm telling you what I'm doing is rocket science, so I don't know. You tell me. So another thing that I want to do is take the monopropellant tank out of the design up here. I don't like that. It's going to throw off our COM way too much. So now, once again, I need some kind of inset dome right here to kind of replicate the back of this. The other thing we have to be cognizant of is if I put a thruster in here, will it allow the thruster to fire? I'm pretty sure it will, but you know, pretty sure, like I said, doesn't fly. We're gonna have to test it. So once again, we need a 1.8 meter backing plate here, essentially. I'm not too sure what we should use. Let's look through all the different 1/8 parts that we have. Oh, fuel tank adapter. Huh. How much? I had a twin fuel tank design with Dart. 45 liquid fuel, 55 oxidizer. We had twin fuel tanks, one on either side here. Now, in making history, they added a bunch of fuel tank parts here. How much fuel does that thing hold? 72. No, it's not. 72 and 88. It's not going to do what I want. Yeah, it won't give it the same amount of fuel. That's a shame. That would have been a great part to do that with, because it includes it in its fuel tank. We could always attach other fuel tanks to it. Yeah, well, okay. So that's a possibility for a pathway for upgrade in the future. All right, so what I'm going to do here is go in here like this, and I need to basically figure out the spot in relation to the rest of the vehicle where Dart's fuel tanks are mounted. So I'm going to take my rulers, one of my rulers, I'm going to copy it, and we're going to do some caliper style measuring here. Trying to basically replicate the vehicle exactly. Yeah, trying to replicate the vehicle almost exactly to what it is. So everything is attached on a physicsless cubic octag right there. And it looks like hang on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that template, I'm going to move it downwards like that, get rid of that template, copy this one, put it right there, and then flip this one back up. And now I have the exact center spot where that thing is supposed to be. So what do we want to attach it to? We need to attach it to the back fairing, I think, because it's attached to the back fairing here. But once again, we still got to work on that backing plate. Ooh, can't you use tweak scale? I don't use tweak scale. I try to keep the parts in KSP as stock as possible. Yeah, Newglins was working with the breakover device today, Nova. It's pretty crazy, right? But what I'm going to do, we're going to copy the fuel tank design. It's the fuel tank is attached to the crew tanks here. And I'm going to go right in here like this. We're going to put it in mirror sim. And then we're going to use that cubic octag strut to line everything up. That's its exact home for the most part. I need to massage it around a little bit. I actually think it's up one tick. Like that. It would be one tick above the center line because that black line is the center line of the fairing. Now, if we moved it up one tick and we recenter it, just a little. Where's the absolute? Hold on. That's absolute snap. So it's got to go forward just a little. I don't know why I wouldn't have mounted this on absolute. That's actually pretty. It's actually pretty damn close. Okay. Take our rulers, just put them down there. Nice. All right, so next thing I noticed is this. What is that attached to? It's attached to that. No. Yeah, see, I don't like that. This flips the hierarchy if I dock this thing to a station. That is not what I want at all. I don't know why I would do that. That's just asking for trouble. So, guys, Kerbal... Alright, hierarchy lesson real quick. Ships in KSP follow a hierarchy, alright? There's a root part, which is basically the first part you put down, right? Right, let's call that part 1. Right, and then maybe, you know, you attach another part to it, right? That one is part 2. Right? And then say you attach another part. You have part 3. And then say, you know, the 2 and 3 are fuel tanks. That's a capsule. 2 and 3 are fuel tanks. And 4 is your rocket engine, right? And then say, oh, I don't know, like you strut a booster to it, right? You put a booster on it in symmetry. Like this is an SRB over here. This would be part. Let's say part 3A, right? And then down here, you know, obviously you don't want one booster on one side, right? Right, this is part 3B, right? Right, this is how the hierarchy works. Right, so these are boosters. That's your, this is your capsule. Now, say you put a docking port up here on the front of your capsule. That obviously wouldn't be 3A, right? It would be something else. Want to know how Kerbal would read this? If you really want to know. Weird, huh? Actually, I mean, you wouldn't really read it as 2A. You would read it as just part 2, but in the other direction, right? So here's the thing. So there's your docking port, right? Now, if you think about this for a second, right? That's your root part. You launch this rocket up into space. You know, say you get rid of your boosters, right? You fly it up into space, and now you dock it to a space station, right? Here's the reason why I don't like the docking port being up here, and why you would want a docking port to be closer to your root part, okay? And in what's called your main line, right? Reason why is when you dock to the space station, what Kerbal is going to do is reset your hierarchy. The docking port now becomes your root part. Every time you dock a vessel and the docking port isn't your root part, it's going to rewrite it. That's why docking takes a second. Now, this is your hierarchy for your vehicle. You see how it's shifted every number? That's not good. You don't want that. I mean, in this particular scenario, it's not bad, right? But say your docking port was here, right? Say your docking port was right here. Okay, get rid of that. This is now your root part again, right? Right? This is your root part. Your docking port is attached to the side of a fuel tank. Your root part's here, 2 fuel tanks and a rocket engine. Now this part in your original hierarchy would be what? It would be 2A, right? See what I mean? So you go, you launch this thing out, and now you dock to the space station, right? Now you dock to the space station. That becomes your root part now, because that's how Kerbal does it. It's whatever part attaches, it's going to reverse the flow of the hierarchy. So now let's just copy it just so I can give you, I could show you the before and after, right? Now you go to dock this to a space station, okay? What does this part become? Well, that part becomes 1, and it's not an A anymore. Get rid of it. Right? What does this part become? That part becomes 2. This part now becomes 2 as well, or 3, excuse me. And then this part over here also becomes 3. And that part is 4. That part doesn't change. You see how the 4 didn't change? You can be dang sure that this is not going to have a problem, but now you scrambled your hierarchy out here. Now, why is this a big deal? The hierarchy of parts in Kerbal affects how a vehicle flies. So, for instance, if you've done testing and you flew a vehicle, a space shuttle around, and you flew it around KSC and it works fine, and then you go to dock it to the space station, right? And then you bring it back down, and then it doesn't fly right, it might be because the hierarchy got scrambled. Wherever your root part is, Kerbal kind of judges aerodynamics, not necessarily off of that part, but we know good and well that it definitely changes things, right? It'll definitely change how it flies. I can show you this in the wind tunnel if you want to see it. I can show you some kind of basic aerodynamics of why the hierarchy will scramble things, right? So, in this particular design, whenever I docked Dart, I just noticed this. Whenever I docked Dart to the space station in mission mode, which we did, right? And then I went to re-enter even after seemingly testing it a bunch and it didn't fly right. It could have been because the hierarchy scrambled. Because my root part, what would become my root part, is attached way down in the hierarchy. Because on Dart, the root part is the fairing. So everything is in between here, and then you have your crew tank at the very front and your docking port up on top of that. So think about it. If my root part is over here, when we went, because that's where it is on the craft file, and we went to attach something over here, it reversed the flow of the entire hierarchy. That is part of the reason why the min-miss base popped. That's docking vessel hierarchy PY, but that is part of the reason. It took EJ a few seconds to redo the numbers. Same for the... Yeah, that's right. Control from here won't fix that, right? No, control from here is just a reference point for your nav ball, Joe. You can't... You see the reroute function? You can't docking reroute stuff whenever you dock 2 ships together. So, what's the solution for this? So, let's just say in this design right here that we have, let's just say that this is Dart, right? So, I have part 5, right? Part 5 in my hierarchy, okay? Part 5 is that back docking port, okay? Having my docking port be up here, right? Like that. The docking port is attached to the node, to the crew tank, right? It's gonna make Dart's hierarchy go from... Give me 1 second. Yeah, Blue, that's a very good point. This is the reason why it takes a second when you dock 2 things together. because it could be revamping your hierarchy. Let's say in this analogy, 6 is a docking port and fixes that docking port up there, and 1 is that docking port up there. When I went to dock this to the space station, it flipped it completely around. It flipped this whole damn thing. That's not a root part anymore. Right? Now 6 becomes 1 because it always docks at, it always sets docking port to root part. And now that becomes 2. And now that becomes 3. And now that becomes 4. And now that becomes 5. And what it was originally my root part is now at the tail end of my hierarchy. Once again, why is this important? Does it matter? No, it might not matter. But if you have something that you've tested aerodynamically and you've tested it with the root part at the back and it works, when you go to dock it to the space station, you can't be absolutely sure that it's going to fly correctly like this. Kerbal does weird things when you shift around. Fairings do weird things when you shift around their hierarchical number. It does weird stuff. If you've ever had another example is if you've ever had a fused docking port in KSP, ever had a fused docking port? That's because it didn't assign the right numbers to the docking port because you scrambled the hierarchy. That's why that happens. It doesn't assign a dock or dock-E flag to the docking port because it doesn't understand where the docking port is, and you end up fusing 2 docking ports together. That's exactly why that happens, because it scrambles the numbers. So, what's the way to solve this problem? The way to solve this problem is like this. Put your docking port basically a stone's throw away from where the other docking port is. Or this would be 2. A. See? Right? So now this is how Dart's flying. Attaching this docking port to the fairing right here, right? This was my trick for this for the longest time, and I didn't realize that I screwed up. I didn't do it with Dart. I definitely knew about this when we designed it, right? If we go to dock this to the space station and then I just take this and we gizmo it up here, it's still technically attached to 2, right? We just gizmo it into the exact same spot, right? And then we go to dock to the space station. How does that change our hierarchy? Well, that becomes 1, right? And it doesn't have an A tag, right? The A tag gets moved somewhere else. It gets moved right there. Well, actually, it doesn't get moved at all. It does this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 still stay exactly the same, and then this part becomes a 3 instead. See what I mean? Even then, it still screws up the hierarchy a little bit. Actually, I have not tested this, but I guess the theoretical best way to do this would be attach docking port to docking port and then strut it. I've always done it with the fairing, but if we attach docking port to docking port, that might introduce some no, it wouldn't introduce structural problems because you're not changing the structure of the hierarchy at all. Can we radial attach a docking port to a docking port? Hold on. Oh yeah, you can. What happens when you make the docking port the root part? The docking port has always been root part in the entire analogy, Havocs. The key is to not change the 2, 3, 4, and 5 when you dock to things. And because we can gizmo stuff around, like so that docking port is attached to that docking port. I could just move it right back into the same spot that it was in before with Dart. Not a big deal. Right? You can just move it right there. Just move the thing right there. And then what I could do is go inside of the vehicle and strut it. And if I did that, the hierarchy wouldn't change. Wouldn't change no matter what I did. So Dart would always fly the same. I knew to do this, but for some reason I didn't do it with Dart, and I can't figure out why. I can't figure out what the reason was. Why would I do? It's entirely possible I just forgot. Entirely possible I just forgot. So if you do scramble everything after docking, could redocking from a different better port fix the problem? Yeah, sure. Yeah, if I took Dart, undocked it from this port, and then redocked it over here, it'll set your hierarchy straight. It'll set it how it was. Yeah. But who knows to do that? And why would you do that? If you could just trick Kerbal's logic into understanding what's going on by attaching docking port to docking port. You know how far the fuel line on the far right goes up on SLS? I can't find a picture showing the fuel lines. It goes up halfway to the inner tank, and there's one on each side. Wait, what do you mean you can't find a picture? What? There's one on either side, RJ, and they go up to the top of the downcomer is halfway up the inner stage. The reason why is because there's an elbow in. So the top of the downcomer goes in, and there's another elbow like this that picks up on the very bottom of the dome for the liquid oxygen tank. The other thing is that there's that strut that holds the SRBs together. There's a gigantic aluminum beam here that holds the front of the two SRBs together inside of the core stage, and the pipes elbow around that thing, and they pick up on the very bottom of the LOX tank. There are two more on the back. There's a fuel line that is identical here on the other side. The other two things, are you talking about the other two things? You're talking about those? So that's the raceway. That's the electrical power harness that goes all the way up to the forward skirt. It's called a raceway for short, because it looks, if you're looking at it like this, it looks like a drag strip. That goes all the way up to the top of the core stage, dude. Right before the vehicle staging adapter. So when it curves in, that's where that goes. These two things over here are autogenous pressurization lines. The one on the left is liquid oxygen. The one on the right is liquid hydrogen, or gaseous hydrogen. Gaseous hydrogen and gaseous oxygen. Oxygen on the left, hydrogen on the right. That one, or no, hydrogen on the left, oxygen on the right. Excuse me, I got it backwards. The hydrogen line goes up to the top. It goes in basically right below the downcomer, because that's what SLS uses for tank ullage. So did the external tank. It did the same thing. Basically, there's a tap off on the rocket engines that takes gaseous hydrogen. In the shuttle engine's case, it takes it from the regenerative cooling loop, if I'm remembering correctly. And then it goes all the way up, and that goes into the top of the hydrogen tank. The one on the right is gaseous oxygen that goes all the way up to the very top of the core stage. It goes in the top of the liquid oxygen tank. The idea is that you need to basically have one atmosphere inside of the tank so the liquid drains. The problem is that there's no atmosphere up there, so it's hard to maintain pressure in the tanks. That's what they mean. If you guys have watched rocket launches and you've heard people say, oh, tanks are pressing for flight, that means that they're getting the tank ullage up so they can get the proper head pressure to feed into the rocket engines. You need to have a little bit of push in the tanks to feed the impellers correctly, or you're going to get cavitation. We learned about that the other day. They call it a raceway. Yes. Mm-hmm. You found it. Okay. Yeah, blue flare. That was my modus operandi in the past. I think I'm not happy with the structure of attaching docking port to docking port, so I'm going to use my root part fairing, which is the backwards facing fairing. Make sure we're attached to that. And use that. So it just swaps the numbers on the docking ports at best. The other thing is that I kind of want to make sure that this docking port... I never liked that docking port just kind of hanging out up there. I think it looks a little strange. I think I'm going to move that to a more Dream Chaser style thing. My idea from this previously was that there's room for a hatch right here, which is... Whatever, puke, whatever. So I'm going to more centrally locate it. We'll find another thing to put up there. So in the case of radially attaching two docking ports, would it still flip the hierarchy of the docking ports? Yes, Lava Eagle, but that has worked for me in the past. That's what I know works, if that helps. I've never tested docking port on docking port. Theoretically, that should be better, but I just figured it out. I remembered why I did this. So this docking port is set to grandparent strut. You get a free strut if you do it this way. So the docking port is strutted to that docking port. And then when the hierarchy changes and this reads grandparent strut, that docking port will strut to that docking port. It'll flip that grandparent strut around because the only thing you reverse the flow on is your docking ports. That's the other thing to remember. Flipping around the numbers in the hierarchy changes your auto strutting. If you've ever docked a vehicle to the space station and it took your space station and Kerbo dock two vehicles together, one of them flips the hierarchy. If you have an auto strut, right? If say you have an auto strut that's set to root part, your root part could be on the other vessel now. And if the game tries to run an auto strut too far, you get a float point error and it'll basically start to wobble around and explode. You ever had that happen? Dock two vessels together in KSP, one just blows up. It starts wiggling around like crazy and starts doing this, and then it just blows up. That. In the case of radially, I meant docking port to docking port. Yeah. Did I not answer your question? One model of Dream Chaser had a high winch. Port on port isn't reversing the flow, but it's still iterating on every part of the craft, which I'd say is worse. You used heaviest part. Heaviest part works if you have a vehicle that's kind of working by itself, Christian. But you got to remember, if you dock two vehicles together, the other vehicle that you dock to might have the heaviest part, in which case your auto struts are running from your vehicle to another vehicle. That's something you got to be very careful with. For instance, if you have a shuttle that docks to a space station and that shuttle has landing gear, right? If it has landing gear, now it's running a strut in a different direction. And if you undock, you have a reverse flow and your heaviest part might be somewhere else, right? Most of the time it's fine, but particularly when it comes to docking, because landing gears force heaviest part, it's not a good idea. It doesn't work very well. Yeah, trust me, dude. I'm getting back into it. I'm getting back into it. I'm remembering how the whole hierarchy works by doing this. And also, yeah, I haven't been happy with how I've been acting on stream lately, so I'm trying to get back to where I was. Leave that like that. I'm fairly confident that moving this docking port to here, as long as they're both attached to the root fairing of this entire thing, is not going to change anything. You're doing great. Thanks, man. Yeah, Juicebot. We had unfinished business, dude. We had to fix it. All right, now let's start moving all the interior parts here. So I had a fuel cell right there. What's the fuel cell attached to? Same thing. It's attached to the fairing. And if you guys have noticed, I always put parts in a position where I can still select them, like a fuel dump right there, or a fuel tank, or a crude tank. You know, I have them clipping out a little bit, but I always put parts that I might need to be able, or I might need to have to select during a mission. And I always have it clip out a little bit so I don't have to go looking around in here trying to find the right part. Like if you look at the original Dart design, it's kind of a Kerbal UX thing. Fuel cell is easy to click on. The drain valve is easy to click on. The motors are easy to click on. The control point, the command pod, easy to click. It's easy to get at. The antenna, anything that I would absolutely need to be able to click on is something that's easy to get at. Even the RCS tank. See, I did that on purpose. It's just slightly sticking out. That's all done on purpose. Yeah, that was a good way to do that. So you don't have to go like, oh, my fuel cell's inside because the fuel cell would be inside. Now I have to go look around. That's a really big pain in the butt to do when it's flying around. And most of the time, if you need to select these components, it's probably something that needs to be done in urgency. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Interesting thing to do. Building a communication network in KSP. Which solution is better in your experience? 3 satellites in a polar orbit or 3 satellites equatorial, both together, 6 sats total? What are you trying to communicate with, Hooded? You good, brother? I think the stream is getting back to its old groove with some new additions. KSC, MSC workers were so back. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I needed to take some time away from doing this for a little bit, you know? But I'm good. I'm good now. Like, I'll be 100% real. The fallout from the whole KSP thing really screwed with my head a lot. To the point where I was like, I'm getting annoyed at how much this is messing with me. It took some time to kind of get out of that funk. You know what I mean? Ironically, we played Fallout. Yeah. Okay. No, nothing, Doom. Why is it better to use a fuel cell? Never used them. Well, Christian, a fuel cell is really dependent on what you're trying to do. For me, Dart does not spend a lot of time free flying. It's either docked to a station or down on the ground. If it's down on the ground, you don't need the fuel cell because it's probably attached to another vehicle, and that other vehicle is providing power, right? The fuel cell is there for generating electricity when the thing is free floating, okay? Around low Earth orbit. Now, once again, I designed Dart with the provisions here to be able to attach a service module. The payload attachment fitting that I was used to attach to the rocket could be used to attach an SM to it, like Shooting Star with Dream Chaser. Here, check this out. Sierra Space posted this picture the other day, and I retweeted it because it was awesome, right? There's their Dream Chaser. Dream Chaser is kind of synonymous in function with Dart, only it moves cargo. I could move cargo too. There is Kerbal cargo and Kerbal inventory and stuff. I'm just not sure why we would move stuff to a space station, but doesn't matter. Anyway, so you have Dream Chaser. And it's awesome because this is at KSC. They're getting ready to launch this thing. This thing's going on top of a Vulcan sooner rather than later, which is great. And then you have that thing back there, that cone thing. That is the Shooting Star. Shooting Star is one of the smartest things I've ever seen for a spacecraft. It's a service module, but it's not. It's an added cargo hold, but it's not. It's a docking port adapter, but it's not. It's all those things combined into one. So what does that mean? Shooting Star is carrying the power generation systems for Dream Chaser. Same as the shuttle, you can't put solar panels on something that re-enters. Because one, I mean, a lot of people don't realize this, but making a solar panel open and close in space is actually really difficult. That's a really difficult thing to do. Most solar panels on spacecraft are one-time deploy, and that's it. Getting it to unfurl and unfurl is a pain in the butt. Now, with that being said, the ones on the ISS can do that. They can fold. They can fold and unfold. It actually uses a screw jack system, kind of like a car jack, like the little scissor jacks that are on cars that you turn the thread and it deploys. They do something like that actually. You would move snacks to the station. That's right, I would, Christoph. So it's confused, or is it an attack helicopter? No, it's everything. So, right, you can't put solar panels on that. I mean, you could. The shuttle could. The shuttle had a mission where it deployed a solar panel out of its payload bay. It was a test mission for the ISS, but the solar panel's taking up space in the payload base. You can't do that on every mission, right? So Shooting Star carries the solar panels. That's what those mounts are right there. See 1, 2, 3, 4, or no, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and see that little nubbin right there? That's the mount for the solar panels, and that's the hold position for when they're folded up. So Shooting Star is going to deploy solar panels, and it's going to be the thing that gives Dream Chaser power. Does that mean Dream Chaser doesn't have a fuel cell on board? No, it absolutely does, because there's this thing. Shooting Star is not reusable. You only use it once. It's jettisoned before re-entry. It pops off the back like Dragon's trunk almost. The crazy thing about Shooting Star is that it's pressurized. That's pressurized. That is a cargo module. You can go inside of it. Even crazier thing, on the back of Dream Chaser, they use an NDS-derived docking port, so NASA docking system derived. Same port that's used on Starliner and Dragon. Same thing. So Dream Chaser could conceivably fly up to the space station, right? They could berth it to the space station because that's what it does. Dream Chaser is designed to be received with the arm because it's uncrewed, right? They could berth it to the space station. They could undo this. Dream Chaser could drop off its supplies. They could take Shooting Star and Dream Chaser, right, with the arm, and then detach Dream Chaser, let it fly away, take the Shooting Star and attach it back to the space station. And then you can use it as a space flight. You could use it as an adapter. So something else could dock to it. I'm telling you, man, that thing is trick. It's really freaking cool. Crazy. Here's the craziest thing about it. Shooting Star can also be a space station. Yeah, Dream Chaser can leave the ISS, separate. Dream Chaser can re-enter, and Shooting Star has guidance, navigation, and control on it. It can just be a little mini space station if you really want it to be. They could do that. I asked the guy that works at Sierra Space about that actually when at Spaceport America Cup a couple years ago. He was like, "Oh yeah, you could free fly those things, sure." And then Sierra Space posted about it, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Shaw. It can be its little mini space station. It could be a space station adapter. It's a cargo module. It's a service module. Dude, it's everything. I'm telling you. Dream Chaser is rad. Don't get me wrong. It's sweet seeing shuttles, but that thing is actually really, really cool. Like, dude, I know, like, anybody that understands all those words that I said about what that thing can do is, I guarantee you, neurons are firing off in your brain for all the stuff that you could do with one of those in the future, like out near the moon, where you might need a little free-floating space station, or a payload adapter, or a cargo module. Smart. And it's payload attachment fitting. Yeah, that's the PAF. Dude, that thing is like everything. It's really cool. And then it's attached to a shuttle. That's fantastic. I designed DART in mind to be able to have something like that because my docking system back here is designed to be reused and attached to upper stages, right? So when I developed Freedom, and don't get me wrong, we never did this because the DART program, because we changed to the SSTO, we ended up never doing this, but I did develop a service module for DART. You could launch the service module up, service module could free float, then you launch a DART, DART could attach to it, and now you have a DART that can go, not out to the moon, but it could stay up there for a really long time because you don't generally find solar panels on craft that are re-entry vehicles. Dragon is a re-entry vehicle. It jettisons its solar panels. So does Starliner. Shuttle didn't have any. Shuttle had 3 fuel cells, right? But all these spacecraft, I know what people are going to say. Well, all these spacecraft, if they have all these fuel cells on it and stuff, like, what, why don't they just plug in, when they dock to the ISS, why don't they just tap into the ISS power? Yeah, that's what they do. Sure. The shuttle, when it launched, if it docked to the ISS, it could extend its mission duration by a pretty long time. The shuttle only has enough life support to stay up there for maybe a week, by itself. You'll run out of electricity. You run out of fuel cells. There's no solar panels, right? But when the shuttle was docked to the ISS, it can plug into the solar panels and charge, and you can just shut all the fuel cells off. So the shuttle can basically just be powered down when it's attached to the ISS. Every vehicle does that. Dragon does that, Starliner does that, Soyuz does that, Progress does that, Cygnus does that, Dream Chaser will do that, Shuttle did it, they all do that. So, once again, you ask why I have a fuel cell. My fuel cell is there because the flight regime where DART is flying around doesn't warrant having a solar panel. A fuel cell is much, much lighter than a solar panel. In this particular case, it's 50 kilos. That's nothing. Look at all the solar panels. And remember, I would need a retractable one. So look at the mass difference here. See what I'm talking about? We would need something that can retract. So that's these panels down here. See what I'm talking about? I mean, I suppose we could get away with those 3x2s. That might work. But I like to do plausible realism. That could actually work. I mean, that's 25 kilos as opposed to 50. Those ones could be okay. But where am I going to put it? Where do you put it? I don't really have much room left. I can't put it right here because whatever it docks to, the solar panel can't be in the way. So put it over here? Nah, you could, I suppose. But generally, solar panels aren't near fuel drain valves. Generally. Like, you wouldn't want to spray fuel on a solar panel. That's not a good idea. So I didn't really that didn't really jive too well with spacecraft design in my mind. So my solution was to make a shooting star module for DART. I always intended on doing it. In fact, I bet if we go look at the old mission mode save, I probably have a craft file in there that has it. Yeah, RJ. Yeah, your question is weird question, but could the shuttle astronauts take their liquid or urine or whatever from the shuttle and recycle it on the ISS? Yes. The shuttle's water tanks are on the third deck. They're inside of the pressure vessel, so you could access them. Yep. You can have it fold out on an arm like the X-37. No payload bay to put it back in, Aqualux. You're not wrong. This vehicle would be designed, a vehicle like this would be designed with a fuel cell. Like, I'm 100% sure. Every vehicle that's like this has a fuel cell, except for the X-37 because it has a payload bay, right? Even the X-33, fuel cell. X-38, fuel cell. X-34, fuel cell. DCX, fuel cell. They're all designed like that. So, once again, it's the plausible realism thing. I think the fuel cell would be better. But you got to keep in mind that think about this from DART's mission. What does DART do? It goes up into space. Either we attach a service module to it or it attaches to a space station, right? There's no free flying up there for long periods of time. It's not really designed. It's not really supposed to do that. That's not its mission. Its mission is to get Kerbals somewhere, space station, or to bring Kerbals back down. In which case, your reentry regime is not very long, right? Heck, dude, I could make a case that it doesn't even need the fuel cell. But have it not need it not have it. It's not a lot of extra mass. It's 50 kilos to generate electrical power. 100% reusable. You just got to have fuel in the tanks. Hey, Remnant, what's going on? Now, the other thing to take into account is, well, when DART re-enters, I dump all the fuel to get my center of lift and center of mass to jive correctly, right? I made sure that I gave the original DART enough battery power to be able to stay powered on, right? Given the consumption that you need during reentry and moving the vehicle around and then coming down and landing it, I gave it enough battery power to be able to stay powered on. Basically, let's just say like maybe an hour after you land, or in this case, an hour after you hit the ground. Like, it's way overpowered for that thing, just to be absolutely sure. You do not want to lose electricity during re-entry. That's bad in Kerbal. Imagine how bad that actually is on a real spacecraft. That's like, no, that's not good. So I designed it with margins back in the day to be able to land and sit on the runway for a little bit and stay powered on. Yep. Do you think you can do a power tower space station? I could, sure. Considering the newer chemistries, just a battery might do it. On a modern spacecraft, yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, Dragon, after it jettisons the trunk, is only operating on battery power. So is Starliner, the CSM did the same thing. Shuttle, I mean, the shuttle could just have its fuel cells running during re-entry. I mean, it has to because those fuel cells power your life support systems. Yeah, the shuttle didn't have any batteries. Not a lot of people know that either. There are localized batteries on the shuttle. And Aqualex, I'm pretty sure you were there when we figured this out a number of years ago. The shuttle doesn't have any batteries on it. The fuel cell is its battery. Yep. Not all people know that. Those Mission Mode 2.0 on-orbit hangars were awesome, albeit a bit unrealistic. Mission Mode 2 hangars? On-orbit hangars? I remember designing that. The ones for Grissom, RJ? I don't think that was MM2. MM2 is a rule set. It's not the second mission mode that I have ever done. I've played like 4 or 5 mission mode saves. But they were mission mode 1 rules, which is basically just no reverts. Mission mode 2 is no reverts and then some. I wish you could separate fuel uses, like if you have specific tanks for the fuel cell, if you have specific tanks for the fuel cell engines, etc., etc. You can do that, Jared. Look. I mean, this kind of works, okay? So engines adhere to crossfeed rules. Fuel cells, I actually forget if the fuel cells do or not, but I know this will work this way. So check this out. Do what they do in real life. So the shuttle had fuel cell pallets. So, yeah, still following? Right? It'll work. But the reason why I said this only kind of works one way is because the fuel cell, I'm pretty sure in this scenario, could still pull fuel from the engine tank, but the engine can't pull from the fuel cell tank. Which, I mean, honestly, as long as you pay attention to what you're doing, that's good enough logic. That fuel logic is good enough. What is this playlist? It's very good. Linking it in chat. I did that for my shuttle, Jared. My space shuttle. The fuel tank pallets are on panels. For that exact reason. You do not want to run out of electricity. That's bad. In Kerbal, it's just as a pain in the butt because now you have a craft that's just drifting around. You can't do anything with it. In real life, you die. Yeah, you run out of electricity, you die. Yep. I mean, that's the case with most things. You run out of electricity, you die. You run out of oxygen, you die. Run out of pressure, you die. You run out of radiator, you die. Like, that's generally the result of running out of something. That's why we have margins. You run out of helium, you die. That's why they have more helium on spacecraft than what they think they need for that exact reason. That's one of those things you don't really want to run out of. Like, that's not a good idea. Maybe compare the relative masses of tanks plus fuel cell with the equivalent of EC battery. Aqualex, I think we should do that, but I think we should do that after we get a baseline with this new fairing. You know what I mean? With the double fairing design. Let's get a baseline with it, dude, before we go further. But yeah, that's a good idea.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Plus, helium helps them float when they're in space. Oh yeah. Yeah. Hey, Barak, 64-month resub. Thank you. You run out of toothpaste. You guessed right. You die. Or your dentist dies inside. I don't want to be up on the space station for 6 months with no toothpaste. That would be awful. Awful. I just realized I have no idea what would actually be lighter. Running out of toilet paper? Yeah, I don't want that either. Run out of beer, you die. Remnant, you're not wrong, but also at the same time, I don't think alcohol in space is a good idea. Don't get me wrong, I have nothing against alcohol. I was drinking a beer on stream last night, right? Having a beer while playing Summer Car. But also at the same time, can you imagine being drunk in microgravity? That would... No. I don't want that. I don't want that, and I don't think you want it either. Really don't think you want that. That would... Yeah, Doug can't drink Bush in space. I think I just came up with the idea for a backing plate here. The only thing I'm kind of meh about is that it's a lot of parts. Looks good though. It's 12 extra parts. We could do it with one. That's a good idea. Not bad. But yeah, can't help but think we could do that with one part, with a 1 point, if we find the right 1.8 meter part. That's the only part that I can't really transfer over, you know what I mean, from the original design. I don't want to put a fairing plate back here to cover it up, because it's just going to do the same thing that that one does, and that's the problem that I'm trying to avoid. Now, what really pops into my mind is an engine plate. But engine plates have very wonky aerodynamics. And I'm not sure I'm about that life either. Their aero is very strange. I resumed my save from MSC for After Hours last night, Christian. Yeah, I did it after I was wrenching on the Camaro. Oh, Hooded. Sorry. You asked a question about your communications network, and I asked you back. Did you? You probably replied, and I probably missed it because I'm an idiot. It looks like Aqualex picked up the slack, though. Thanks, man. Yeah, we'd have to test it. Maybe, should we, I don't know. I'm debating whether we should attach that now or... Let me just see if there's another piece that we could use that's 1.8. There's the fairing plate, but I don't want to do that. There's the service module. Definitely don't want to do that. There's a heat shield. I think that would be too much mass. Well, I didn't want to reconfigure my fuel tanks. That, RJ, that's something that we should do down the road. Coyote Bong Water, what's up, man? Long time no see. Glad to see the channel still going strong. We're going, man. We're going. Yeah. Just doing our thing. Keep doing your thing, man. Yeah, the fuel tank would have been my suggestion. They're 300 kilograms with no ablator. I just checked. Eh. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it. We'll just leave it open and just, yeah, we'll see. So speaking of that, let's grab these things. My thrusters, or my main thrusters. You could use a fairing base. Well, Forge, that's what I was doing in my original design, and the fairing base back there is what's screwing up my aerodynamics. So that's a good idea, but that was my first idea, and that the whole reason I redesigned Dart is because I don't want a fairing base back there. But yeah, good thinking though. The open, you know, after we put everything in there, the open look might not be the worst, but there's no 1.8 pizza plate. I don't think so. No. There's 1.25 and then 2.5. Flags would work, Hellfish. Yeah. They would work. You'd just need 12 of them, from what I can tell. Like I would have to. Well, I don't know. Maybe we could try 8. Space Butte probably isn't fun. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Ren, that whole drunken space is not a good idea. Just a little bit of open space around the docking port, and you know what? I don't really mind that. It just looks like, yeah, there's space for the docking port. Yeah, that doesn't bother me, dudes. Hey, Sea Kraken, what's up? Once again, I'm trying to get this as close to the original thing as possible, right? As close as I can to this, but without the fairing plate sticking off the back. So that doesn't mean we can't do upgrades in the future. I just want to try to get it as close as possible. So I'm actually seeing a ton of stuff that we probably can and should upgrade here with Dart. Yeah, I'm noticing a good amount of things actually. But I'm trying to get a baseline with my double fairing fuselage that looks like this. And then, you know, we'll bring it into the wind tunnel in our baseline config, which is just a redesigned pressure vessel, which is basically redesigning the entire spacecraft. And we'll start reconfiguring stuff from there. Found this meme. Today is the 2-month anniversary of our 10-day mission. Yep. I want to see the evidence between engine plate and something else. Yeah, Ren, I'll keep the flags for now, but once again, even paying the part count for 8 right there that's a lot in my mind. I really think we should do an engine plate, but I'm worried about the engine plate's wonky aerodynamics. So that's why I'm kind of willing to take the hit on the flags, because these flags are physics-less anyway. So it's not that much of a burden as like having 8 like panels there or something, but we'll see. Won't it be included in the fairing? Yeah, RJ. Yeah, but well, I don't know that for sure. That's what I mean. We got to prove it. And I don't want to have to sit there and redesign this around the engine plate when when I'm just trying to get a new baseline. You know what I mean? I don't mind the panels. I think they look good. Or the flags. We managed to do it with 8. I don't like how there's a little gap there, but we could cover it up. But yeah, let me see how this thing kind of works. What I really wanted to do, what I thought would be a great idea, is to put a 1.8 fuel tank in there. Actually, what I was thinking about putting in there for the future is just that. Like that. Accomplishes the same thing, gives Dart way more fuel. Actually, 45. So we would have 90, and there we have 99. That's 10 extra liters of fuel. I think it's liters. We'll just say units. The 1.8, yeah, I mean, there's that. That gives me less fuel. And then, and then that, which, that's too much. There's also this one. That gives you less fuel as well. Don't really want to do that. I forget what my exact reasoning was for going with 2 FLT-100 tanks. I'm sure I had a good reason for it, though, but the whole reason was weight balance. If you say so. Okay, so we got our fuel cell. Now this was changed by me. We originally had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surrounded by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurbing bearings were in direct line with the panometric fan. I think that's what I did originally. I got Thomas the Tank Engine stuck in your head. Sorry. Yeah, that's my bad. I need to go look at the emission mode saves. We gotta find a picture of Dart. Yeah, that was a cool project. Yeah, there's the helicopter. That thing was pretty sweet. Use the panels to make an arrow shell. But, you know, people are gonna say, oh, that thing is so heavy. Yeah, the panels, these small panels don't weigh very much. Believe it or not. And people say, well, it's going to make so much drag. It's a helicopter. It doesn't go fast. This was the very early parts of mission mode. Yep, there's the VAB. First time I built it. Dart should be here momentarily. Dart, there it is. There's our first picture. Okay. I did this wing like that with this wing off the back. You can use the fairing body lift to shift your center of pressure forward and get a higher pitch up balance point at higher speeds with less aero trim. Why do you think I went with the double fairing design, dude? That was the exact reason. Yeah, shift the center of pressure. So Kerbal understands this as a fuselage and doesn't understand it as a bullet. That was the whole idea. Hey guys, I'll be right back 1 second. This is not gonna be a long break. I smell something burning and I just wanna make sure that like my neighbor's burning firewood or something and my shop isn't burning down. I think that's fair. Like, let's take a look. Any smoke in there? I don't see any smoke, but you know, I'm gonna go make sure. I'll be right back 1 second. We can confirm that nothing is burning down. My neighbor has a wood fire going. Cool. Excellent. Good to know. All right, back to work. All right, so I went with the original tail here, but yeah. Did I really not have any control surfaces on the damn tail? Nah, guy's just, he's got a wood fire, dude. People do that all the time down here, dude. People get a fire going in the backyard, they burn off brush. Because I live in the woods, and it's awesome. I really put this thing out there with no... We got this back to the runway with no speed brake and that crazy nose down pitch authority. Dude, that was luck. That was so luck that that happened. I can't believe, dude, I would not fly dart again if that was the case. I'd be like, no, we're not doing that. Entertain us and play the Stationeers clip. Headphone users.
In here.
Headphone users.
Run! Run! It's on fire! Everything's on fire! Why did you do this? What? Oh, jeez! Just close the door! No! No! My baby is burning! Ah!
Oh god.
No! Not a good time for this! Run! Run!
So bad. All right, one more time.
Run! Run! It's on fire! Everything's on fire! Why did...
Man, I'm really happy my mic was far away from my mouth. That would have... Yeah, okay. That needs to be an alert? What? What, that? What the hell am I gonna make that an alert for? Sub bombs? Somebody get me a sound clip of it and then we'll talk. It's so bad, dude. It's so bad.
Run! Run! It's on fire! Everything's on fire!
Okay. All right. That's enough. That's enough of that. I never pass this. In fact, never show this part again. What a dork. Right? When will we get another Stationeers stream? I'll think about it. I think about it. Can we watch the VOD of Dart's last mission? I'm sure it's out there, Homing Pigeon, on the YouTube VODs channel, but I don't know where. Your streams are keeping me entertained during the tropical storm. Gentlemen, from this day forward, you will all refer to me by the name Debbie. Oh, yeah, well, hey, SN15 over in the YouTube chat. Stay safe, man. Stay safe, dude. Tropical storms suck. I need to focus. Do we have to watch that? I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this at all. Knowing what I know about fault tree, flight analysis, and systems engineering, I never would have flown that thing, ever. That sucks. Well, dude, the landing gear problem screwed me there. Dude, I put that thing right down at a perfect glide slope, and the landing gear was like, nah. Alright, I need to focus. Yeah, Havix, but I actually found a fix for it when we restarted kind of this whole Dart Endeavor thing. I found a fix for it. The fix is to tilt the landing gear down so the landing gear is parallel to the ground when you touch down. So if your landing gear is like this, right? And you're trying, so say my thumb is the landing gear wheel, right? And you're trying to touch down, right? The landing gear likes to touch down like this. If you try to touch down like this, it freaks out. That's what I've noticed. So what I did was I tilted my landing gear down. So when my vehicle pitches up, the wheel touches down right, and it works. Works great, actually. Yeah, never had a problem. We did plenty of drop tests and plenty of suborbital flights with Dart. With this version, works fine. Yeah, works just fine. The reason why I remembered, and I don't know why I didn't remember this during the actual Dart program, the landing gear collider, the one that's used to detect collision with the tire, is not circular. It's a square. It looks like this. So if you have that square and you land sideways and it lands on a point of the square, the landing gear is trying to level out. That's why. Yeah, the collider for the for the landing gear is a square for the wheel. Yeah, square. Did that they did it that way to save to keep the collider box low resolution. So think about it. If your landing gear has a square collider like this, right? And you don't try to touch that down perfectly on the bottom, and it touches down like that, right? See, touching down on the point. That's why the landing gear freaks out. Yeah, we tested it with Dart. That is what happens. I was about to say I'm like 90% sure. No, that's what's going on. Anyway, let's keep going. Let me find another good picture of Dart. Okay. Let's grab our wings. And I won't like fully place the wings just because I need to see where the center of lift and center of mass is. The front RCS block can be cut down on parts using the new 5-directional options for RCS. I think about it. I'm just putting these back to where they were in kind of the baseline here. We'll need to adjust the wings a little bit more when we bring this craft file out to find their final place. I'm trying to get it as close to the original as possible. Why doesn't... Yeah, alright. Alright, that's not the finalized position. That's more where the wings were in the original design, but we'll just leave it. Will this also have a shooting star-esque service module? My original design was supposed to have something like that, yes.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some
Let's hit the road.
4,000 years.
Yeah,
Discovery,
4 and 5.
go
That's
and
why
drop
I
off.
had this picture up, because I was explaining it a little bit earlier. I designed Dart with the provisions for a shooting star. Hey Josh, 8813 sub. Just finished rewatching last week's Flame Trench. All I could say is we need more spicy EJ. I'll think about it. I think about it. Well, Flame Trench, yeah. That's... Thanks, Rocket Guy. How you doing? How does it fly? Well, I'm just transferring everything over so we can get a baseline, dude. We're gonna see how the double fuselage, or the double fairing fuselage is gonna stack up. Get it? That was bad. Sorry. That could be an issue because once again, these are set there. These are like shifted back a little bit. Two reasons. One, the aft OMS or the aft these are the launch escape system engines. I designed Dart with an integrated launch escape system like Dragon. Those are the Super Dracos. That's to get it away from something if something goes wrong. They're really not used for anything else. Just like the Super Dracos. But I shifted this one back so I could get kind of more realistic RCS, like kind of like a Stinger. I'm not. You don't really have to do that way, but and actually, I'm pretty sure my RCS was out of balance anyway. Couldn't you just have modified the original design instead of a completely new build? Yeah, what Element said, dude. I'm kind of doing both of those things. Yeah, Forge, for this version of the tail, yeah, we're gonna have control surfaces. So Biff, I changed one thing, but the thing that I figured that we needed to change from wind tunnel testing was the fuselage. So it's the same vehicle with a slightly modified fuselage. Like, what's modified? I know that's the next question. The fairing plate at the back. This one doesn't have the fairing plate at the back, but you see a fairing there. It's two fairings that are facing forward. One's facing forward and one's facing backwards. That's the design. Why would you do that over this? Kerbал's aerodynamics basically has all the aerodynamics of the fuselage get imparted on the vehicle at the fairing plate. So it's not aerodynamically reading Dart's fuselage. It never did. It's not reading Dart's fuselage as the center. It's not getting the right center of pressure. All the aerodynamics from everything that's highlighted on here, save for the wings, is getting applied at that point. That's the reason why Dart wanted to nose down so bad all the time back in the day. So what I did was I put two fairings that are crisscrossed on each other. You can see one right there is facing that way, and then my root part is a fairing that's backwards facing right there. That'll make it so Kerbal will understand that this is a fuselage and not a bullet. So aerodynamics will be applied at the center of pressure of the vehicle. Or center of mass of the vehicle. The center of pressure will be applied at the center of mass of the vehicle. Does that make sense? This basically fools Kerbal aerodynamics into reading Dart's fuselage like it should. Yeah, so Biff, yes and no. Yeah, yes and no. That's as far forward as that it can go with the motor. You know what? I am gonna make a change here. Once again, shouldn't affect aero or anything too much. Because I did run this wing on a certain version of Dart. This wing. And I will put control surfaces on this. What control surfaces? I don't know. Yeah. Rock, okay, what I decided to do was re-baseline Dart with my mission mode versions. okay? This, I want to make it look pretty much almost exactly in the configuration that it was during mission mode. And then we'll make modifications based off of that. Now this, the modifications that I did do to this are only, all these modifications that we made were in an effort to try and overcome the center of pressure being at the very back of the vehicle. So I don't think it would be wise to incorporate those design changes into my rebaseline, especially since all of those changes were based off of that fuselage. So I'm trying to rebaseline Dart in a configuration that's going to, that would be basically the last version of it that I used during mission mode when it killed Jeb. Have you checked wind tunnel recently-ish? No. I am going to get us a baseline here after I transfer all the parts over to it. We're actually really close to doing that. I just got to put the gear and some extra accoutrement. Accoutrement? What the heck is that? And then we should be good. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I'm trying really hard not to change anything because any changes that I do right now are based off of no analysis, right? So, you know, that was the idea behind going back to the big stab. But the thing is that going back to the big stabilizer now interferes with the back end of the vehicle. Because the wing clips in a little bit. I'm just worried about having stuff sticking off the back because Kerbal Aerodynamics could do the same thing with a part that's sticking out the back of the fairing. Understand? So I'm kind of like, you know, I want to figure out if the aero is screwing this up, but I have to build it to figure out if the aero is screwing this up. But I'd like to find out if the aero is screwing it up before I build it. So I'm kind of like, you know, pick one. In this scenario, right? You just pick one. Accoutrement, what the heck is that? Aerospace engineering is the king of the chicken or the egg problem. Dude, for real. I'm wondering if we could use the propellers to do some X-37 style stabs. Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe the propellers. Do we have a smaller one? Too small. Too big. Or not big. This thing would look good with some X-37B stabilizers. So, here, check it out, guys. The X-37B has 2 vertical stabilizers coming off the back, see? Like that. They're made out of reinforced carbon-carbon as far as I can tell, and I honestly have no idea whether those actually deflect or not. My guess is that they do, because this thing needs a speed brake. Have you tried using the tail fin part for the tail? The tail fin part. It's too big. Too big. But would they work? Yeah, see. Those actually, I like the dihedral tail. That looks really cool. And the interesting thing is that at low angles of attack, those are in the flow, so they don't get occluded like the shuttle's tail. Part of another thing that made the shuttle so difficult to fly is that the vertical stabilizer's back here. How does the vehicle re-enter? It re-enters like this. If your tail is right here and you're re-entering that way, your tail isn't doing anything. It's not in laminar flow. It's in turbulent flow, so it's useless. It only really comes into play when you get down further into the atmosphere. That's why part of the reason, you know, people ask me, like, does the shuttle use RCS or aero surfaces to come down? There's an overlap. There's a big overlap. There's there's part of the shuttle's regime, from what I understand. I actually went and read a little bit about it, more based off of what we were talking about the other day. There's parts of the shuttle's regime where it is using the RCS for yaw and aero control surfaces for yaw at the same time. Yeah, it's just a little bit of an overlap because the tail is doing nothing because there's a fuselage in the way. Isn't the speed brake on the back? Yeah, Rocket Guy, it is. I'm trying to wonder if those are static. I mean, yeah, I guess the speed brake is up there. Do you think these things do that? Honestly, I don't know. I'm pretty sure if I knew that, I wouldn't be telling you, right? Like, who knows? Yeah, it looks like there's a seam for sure. Yeah, there is the speed brake right there. It kind of looks like they do. Yeah. But in this picture, it looks like they really don't. Is there a video one approaching and landing? There's like very short video, Jim. I don't think it's enough to get us what we're looking for, but we'll check. You want to know what's crazy to me? How do you crap this out? Arguably more complicated. How do you make this and then have the problems that you're having? It doesn't make any sense. What a dope freaking vehicle. That's so cool. Yeah, see, it's not really enough to tell. Not even arguably. Right. It's really hard to see if they're moving or not. That's a legit approach on capping, yeah. That's the real deal. Look at Dad watching in the background. I'm proud of you, son. Good landing. Good landing. You should be proud of that landing, son. You look at me when I'm talking to you, son. Goatman, what's the name of the video? Are you landing, son? Yeah, Dad. Yeah, Dad. How was your day? Great, Dad. Bye-bye. Can I link it? Yeah, sure. Yeah, really, it's really hard to say. Anyway, yeah. Dude, I'm wondering, those stabs might do it. I remember seeing it a while ago, okay? Outstanding! Alright, go, man. Link it up in Twitch chat. Go ahead. At least if you get zapped, I can see the link. Those would be actually kind of cool. You know what? I think for now I'll just put this in there. We got to do a lot of analysis there. Man, not having that big old fairing plate on the back definitely changes the profile of the vehicle. This thing looks a lot more sleek, which is interesting because it's the exact same parts in the exact same spots. The spacecraft better be squared away so much that the Virgin Mary herself would be pleased to ride it into space. Those toilets better be so clean the Virgin Mary herself would be proud to go in there and take a dump. What is this, Hellfish? Liberty Media, in an earnings call today, acknowledged the Department of Justice is investigating the company over antitrust violations for refusing Andretti Global's entry into F1. Liberty says it is not against expansion and will fully cooperate. You don't... yeah, exactly, Buck. No, sir. What? What? I'll just leave that like that for now. Now we gotta transfer over the antenna. This is the short wave antenna. You, John Wayne? Is this me? Who said that? Who the frick said that? A donut fuel tank? How did it get here? I don't know why I attached that last RCS thruster like that, but I can use that to get a location on where this thruster quadrant needs to be. Okay, avionics is next. I'm pretty sure I attached that on an interstage node. That thing was basically underneath the front window, right there. Cool. Goatman the second. Hey AJ, sorry it took so long. Okay, cool. I got it, man. Thank you. Like, I can see it even if it axes it from the chat. I don't see him moving, dude. I don't see it moving at all. No, it's not. It's just chilling. All right, cool. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, now batteries. Oh, that's right. We have to put the struts through here. This holds the crew tanks in place. This is a forward locator strut for the crew tank. All right, so there was also, I put an antenna in here, a long range antenna inside of the fairing. Okay. And then a couple of batteries and a couple of RCS tanks, and I think we're A-okay. How did I mount the batteries? They're mounted face down. How far was that battery away? I put these down here and I made them like this for a very specific reason. Because of mass balance. Okay. It's fuel cells, Filch. EJ, has your team ever heard of... No, I don't know who that is. Okay. Now we have twin RCS tanks. Why did I do twin? Why not? Why not that? That's 50. Okay, making an executive decision. I'm gonna do that instead. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of, Animal. It must have been for moving around COM, so... I was gonna say, you know, screw it, but no. I gotta baseline it. See, that's what I mean. I'm sitting here like, oh, I can upgrade this, I can upgrade this. This is such a good idea, we should upgrade this. No! Stop it. Stop it, EJ.
You want it? Then work it. You need it? Then earn it.
Alright. It is sticking out the bottom just a smidge, but...
You need it? Then earn it.
that's okay. Okay. The last couple of things were some grip pads that I had to block off the back of the wing. That was the last thing. You know, I think those rudder vaders may actually articulate some. Definitely nothing definitive, but some public research released research presentations from Dryden show the control surface assembly, including a crank arm and a torque motor. I think they're called rudder vaders. Dude, we could achieve the same effect with fan blades. You know, just remove from symmetry, mirror it, and then flip it around. We can make rudder vaders. And those would actually be super good because of how the blades are coated. The blades have insane moment. They're really, really high because that's the way the developers made them. Like, Rocky, I was thinking, you know... just pretend those are symmetrical right now. In a future design, we're gonna have to unsymmetry them, Samcar. What is this? Spacecom statement on the breakup of the Chinese Long March 6A rocket. Confirm the breakup of the 6A rocket. Yeah, China launched their Starlink ripoff into space the other day, and yeah. The Long March 6A launched on August 6, 2024, resulting in over 300 pieces of trackable debris in low Earth orbit. Spacecom has observed no immediate threats and continues to conduct routine conjunction assessments to support the safety and sustainability of the space domain. Let's just say it didn't work. It Long March in. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't end well. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's the right place to put those. All right. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we got to put the landing gear on now. Last, if you want to see what I was referencing, slide 8 for what you're referring to. Oh, those definitely move. Not much. I mean, dude, look at the throw on that crank arm. They don't move very much. It's like maybe a degree in either direction but actually, let me look at this. Yeah, the throw on that crank arm is nothing, Rocket Guy. It's nothing. That's actually a super interesting way to make that work, dude. That's some pretty gnarly engineering. But yeah, that doesn't move very much. The throw on the arm is the dead giveaway. Slide 5. Yeah. 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 The reason why this looks strange is because it's made out of Inco. The whole thing is Inco. Yeah. You know why? Remember what I was saying a little bit earlier about how those are in the hypersonic laminar flow? Basically, they get in the way of the fire, so they need to be able to... It looks like they made the outside out of Inco or RCC or something. Something that can take a lot of temperature because those things are in the plasma knife for a second. Yeah, not crazy. Could you use the advanced canards instead of blades? We could, sure. Inconel internal carbon silicate carbon dioxide. Silicon carbon. Yeah. It's not RCC, it's CSC. CSIC. Yeah, see, dude. You know what sucks about this? This is all stuff that the actual space shuttle could have really benefited. Guys, not a lot of people know that the X-37 is the result of all the R&D for the shuttle program that could have upgraded a bunch of things on the shuttle program, but didn't. It's all derived from the shuttle. Yeah, that's really, really annoying. Yeah. It's really annoying. If you, like, applied some of this tech to, like, the space shuttle. Yeah, Greg, that's what this chat does, dude. Leave it to EJ's chat to find blueprints of it. That's what we do, man. Yeah, man. This is all stuff that, oh man, if we made another orbiter with all these material science advancements, it'd be pretty good, dude. Percentage of max re-entry temperature. Thermal profile elapsed time in seconds. Wow, that's really good analytical modeling. They are very close. It's pretty damn good engineering right there. X-37C rocket guy. Boeing was thinking about entering that into the commercial crew program, but they entered Starliner instead. Yeah. X-37C never really got off the drawing board, but it's not a bad idea for real. I think that would have been awesome. Half day passed. Oh, that has. How the heck did they end up with Starliner instead of X-37C? There's clearly a superior product here. Why do you reckon they went with Starliner? Simplicity. Simplicity, guys. Starliner's design is not that complicated. It's not. Capsule service module, easier to make. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. That was their rationale at the time. That was their rationale at the time. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like like we don't have the benefit of hindsight or something. Simplicity or less risk? Well, in this case, simpler design is less risk, Chief. But showing Dream Chaser and where it came in as well, any shuttle lifting body is more complicated. And if you have two designs that meet NASA requirements, the simpler design is the clear choice. That's it, man. I mean, it's kind of funny in retrospect, though, Rocket Guy, because, like, I mean, once again, this is one of those things that you would never have been able to predict unless we could see the future, right? The X-37B works just fine. Actually, we don't know that for sure. It could have problems, and if it did, we'd probably never hear about it. But, I mean, I don't know. The thing has been up there for a good amount of time. Haven't heard anything weird, and sometimes they just bring it back whenever, you know? Like, It's funny because the X-37B works really, really well. And if I'm looking at those thruster nozzles right, Starliner and the X-37B have very similar thruster nozzles. Not OMAC thrusters, the vernier thrusters. You'll improve that a simpler design is not always the best option. Chief, yeah, it's interesting, dude. See last, what's up, Crash? Flight control analysis. Ooh. Yeah, rudder vaders. Mm-hmm. Speed brake and flaps are modulated for drag control, which is required for headwind and tailwind compensation. Ideally, the rudder vader's deflection as it holds Oh! The rudder vaders are your trim surface. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Havocs, I know. In retrospect, it seems like the X-37C may have been a better idea, but who knows what problems you would have ran into trying to scale that. This is not the same size as the X-37 from what I understand. I actually super like this version right here. I think that's really neat. So they deflect for a trim condition that is only typical. So that is only typically a couple of degrees, especially with that forward wing. Yeah, I was gonna say, you can't use that like a speed brake, man. That's gonna work like a. No, I guess it would work like a flap, yeah. It worked like a flap, but it's not a body flap. You know what I mean? A flapperon. Yeah, there you go. The X-37C is bigger. Yeah, see? It would have been about the size of... Well, actually... X-37C probably would have ended up being the size of a school bus. If I'm looking at this right, about the size of a school bus. Like a kind of garden variety school bus. That thing is, the X-37B, the way it is right now, is about as big as like a quad cab long box pickup truck. It's pretty big, but it's not very big. Have you ever tried making the Magic School Bus in Kerbal? We could with the Kraken drive, yeah. JP8 and hydrogen peroxide. Maybe those thrusters aren't derived from the shuttle. But wait, no, they have to be. There's guys in scape suits, so they're definitely hypergolic. Interesting. Oh, that's the other thing, guys. Another question would be, say you make the X-37C, what does that launch on? Because you're not launching it on Atlas inside of a fairing like the X-37B. You're not doing that. That was probably the other choice. That was probably the other reason why they didn't do this. Because yeah, what are you gonna launch that on? You ain't launching it like that. Has to go on top of a launch vehicle. Falcon Heavy, Boeing. I'm going back to work. Yeah, people don't ride in fairings in real life, guys. That's not how that works. You need a launch escape system. Exactly. I mean, Falcon Heavy's launched the X-37B, so yeah. F. I'm just gonna put that on there. No, I'm not gonna put that on there. I was gonna say, we'll just... Buran! Buran. I'll just put the dash for now. last. Isn't the fairing with Soyuz the LES? Yeah, see, Kraken, of course it is. What's your point? That thing. All right, let's just skip this conversation. I'm gonna say, what's your point? You're gonna say, well, that's a fairing. What do you mean they don't ride in the fairing? The launch escape system's in the fairing. Yeah, does that fairing look like the fairing they launch satellites in? See what I mean? Most launch escape systems, so like Orion, Soyuz, in fact, Dragon and Starliner are the only ones that have an integrated system. You know, they're flying inside of an aeroshell, but the aeroshell is specifically designed for the spacecraft. See what I mean? Apollo had a fairing shell like that as well. It's very similar to this, believe it or not. Not in design, in kind of the idea. See what I'm saying? The H2O2 configure you saw was the X-37A. Yeah, probably, Rocket Guy. They're using scape suits, so it's definitely hypergol thrusters. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that those hypergol thrusters are probably similar to the shuttle. Functionally similar. There you go. Yeah, that would be the right way to say it. They don't take the time to put the flag decals on properly like you. Stars into the wind, baby. Always. I actually really like the clean look. Now, have you heard from Enraged Ares in a while? No, I haven't. Alright guys, I think we are set to jet with this new dart design. Yeah, Enraged. Yeah, he streamed for a little while. Yeah, he used to watch the stream all the time. No, I have not. I haven't heard from him in a little while. Yeah, guys. I mean, the interesting thing, and you know, talking like RE aeroshells and launch escape systems, is that Dragon was like cutting edge integrating the integrating the launch escape system into the capsule for reuse. That was a big deal. I remember when Commercial Crew came out. I mean, Starliner and Dragon did that, but Starliner was launch escape is in the service module, you know. Is she longer? No, Loopy, it just looks like that because I took because of the way I did the new fairing fuselage design. So all right, so here's what we're gonna do. Let me reroute that and we get rid of our jig. Okay, so save. Now we bring up the wind tunnel. Interesting. Not having the fairing plate back there threw off the COM on the entire design. But it is way more centrally located, interestingly enough. Now this is the part where we'd have to start messing around. We have to go start messing around with the wings. So let's move them forward, which is what we basically were gonna do. I mean, that does leave that weirdness up there, but I'm not using the wind tunnel. I'm just getting to the point where I think the wings need to be, dude. Or we could just move them back and get a baseline, which, yeah, it's probably a good idea. That's where they were. Actually, I think it was one forward of that. Yeah, okay. I got you, Rocket Guy. Alright, so let's dial in what we had before. So we were going 25,000 at 1,500 meters a second. Right? Dry mass. We're using pitching torque as our metric. Plot it. We need 0. Actually, I mean, we'll go minus 20 to 45. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Yeah. Does this model depend on root part, or is it just assuming the front of the SPH is forward? I don't know, Loopy. From what I'm seeing here, it looks like front of the SPH forward. This thing will want to nose into the ground. Badly nose into the ground. Yeah, it'll want to fly like this. Yeah, if you rotate the crap, it messes with it. Yeah, that's right. That's right, it does. All right. All right, let's update the vessel. Fly. The fuel tank's full or empty? Empty. How? Why? Why? So, this is saying this thing is stable at the pitching torque will make it want to have a minus 30 degree AOA. Let me check. It reversed the curve, right? That's what I just saw. An orbital hop when I'm done with my analysis. That's really weird. That shouldn't be doing that. So this is telling me that it's never going to be stable. Interestingly enough, we always have nose down torque no matter what angle of attack we're at. But see, that can't be right. There's no way that that's correct. Where are all the pitching forces created? Do we need the landing gear for these tests? Yeah. I was explaining something and I forgot to put them on there. Okay, this is our testing file, so, give me 1 second. Fairing stage. We could be getting weird data because the engines, sometimes putting the engines in the first stage is what fixes that. So let's go here like this, update vessel, apply. Minus 27 degrees negative. Very weird. I mean, Rocket Guy, this saying pitching torque is stable at minus 27 degrees. You know what? We might be getting an improper reading here. Let's just verify that our data is correct. I'll set root part to the cockpit and we'll see what happens. Did we, Aqualex? I don't really remember. So here, I changed the root part, vessel orientation is exactly the same. Yep, that's definitely not it. A lot of drag up front pushes the nose down. How much drag does the capsule make? I don't know. Let me check something. Of course, Jared. I put the mission mode rules up on the website for a reason. I'm looking to see what parts does the game understand are inside and outside of the fairing. No pitching wheel torque. Dang it. None of that. We'll change that later. Shuttle this small wouldn't have gyros on it anyway. It's an exclamation point at the end of the sentence, Tim. That's occluded. That's occluded. So we don't have any yaw with this thing. Might as well not be there. Why would putting the launch escape system inside of the fairing help? I don't ever saying in the last 5 minutes that it would, Lava Eagle. I don't know where you got that one from, man. I didn't change anything. Oh, the altitude. I was like, oh, no. What did I just do? It looks the same. Is it mostly because of the integration constraints? I changed one thing between this design and the last one, and that's just taking the fairing plate off the back, because I was fairly confident that would fix all of its problems, but the wind tunnel is telling me otherwise. Interestingly enough. Its neutral point in pitch authority is at minus 30 degrees. That can't be right. It makes no sense. That makes no sense. Here, let's just get a big... Something is messing with the arrow, guys. I'm pretty damn sure. This is an improper reading. Both sets. It's backwards. Those numbers are backwards. There's no way. There's no way that would cause pitching the control surfaces up causes negative pitch moment. There's no way. They're wrong. This information is not right. I think it's flipped.
And finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, I'm sorry, near normal temperature.
Can you explain the problem for those who aren't well versed in aerodynamics? Zarek, this is telling me that this thing will want to fly right like this. There's no way it's going to fly correctly like that. It says it has neutral pitching torque at minus 35 degrees angle of attack. So that means it'll fly stably like that. Which, no, it will not. It's not the dual wing, Hellfish. We got the information from from Dart before was right. It's not the only stable point. All right. Hey, Baramus, what's up? Good. is moving up and down. If the wind tunnel information was correct, this thing's gonna want to, whoop, like, nose down into the ground during re-entry. Hands off. No, the wind tunnel information is correct. I'm just not sure why. Wait a minute. I saw something. Oops. Oh, I didn't empty the fuel. What the hell is that body lift? I don't... What? Oh, what's that? Backwards facing fairing. Also, yeah, this is not good. Yeah. Not great. Yeah, the fairing plate was, it didn't like that. They're too far forward. They're way too far forward. The plus side is that we made a craft that can do a really awesome flat spin. And once again, it kills Jeb and nothing else. Yeah, of course, as is tradition. Our center of pressure is way too far forward. Yeah, this design's no good. I need to move the fairings. So the fairings crisscross right here. And it's picking up center of pressure way over here. That's way ahead of the center of mass. What we could do... Well... No, the right move is, so in the previous design, that other design, I had the fairings way too far back. Now I have them way too far forward. The crisscross fairings, ideally, I need it on the center of mass. Since this fairing right here, the one that I have highlighted, the one that's in the exploded view, has its root part right there. That's the root part of the whole thing. Meaning the entire fuselage, it's reading the center of pressure for my fuselage right here. It's reading center of pressure from there, and it's reading center of lift from there, which is already on my center of gravity. So if you combine those two together, what do you get? Center of pressure is in front of the center of mass. Center of lift from all your wings is on the center of mass. You average them together, and that gives you overall... What would it be? Coefficient of pressure? That's right here. It's way out in front. Yeah. It's the... I wanted the opposite of the other design. That's what I got. Yeah, that's what we got. We got to shift the fairing plates around. You also had a lot of drag below the center of mass. Yeah, but it's you're right, Aqualex, for sure, from these pieces and stuff, but there's no way that was the overall compounding force here. It's the center of pressure from the fairing plate. So that did confirm our results. And we confirmed a couple of things. One, that design sucks, first and foremost. Two, the wind tunnel tests are, the wind tunnel is accurate. It's accurate. Yep. Yeah, it's accurate. I mean, Loopy, we could screw around with it and move the wings back, sure. Like we could move them far enough back to where we could get our center of lift to compensate. We could try that. Where they originally were on Dart was somewhere back here anyway. Put fuel in the front? Nah, I don't want to do that. It's moving the wings back isn't good enough. It's not going to counter the overall. It's not going to counter the moment induced by the forward center of pressure. Yeah. It did mitigate it. You're not wrong. It mitigated it, dude. Not bad, but it's not enough. I mean, we went from neutral torque at minus 27 degrees to minus here, let me click. To minus 5. So it definitely did help. But shifting the fairings, if I shift the fairings so our center of pressure is applied at center of gravity, and then line up the center of lift with the wings with all of that, oh man, this thing will fly excellent. So that's good. We learned something. We learned a lot, actually. Keep the wings where they were and add more drag at the front, or remove some from the back. Wouldn't doing that just shift our center of pressure even more forward, Lava?
Listen, Tranquility Base here.
God, not Canard.
We all know what will help. Quack, quack.
Womack, why am I not surprised, you piece of schnot? What we learned it. Bearings are too far forward, causing the COP to be out in front of the COM. The wing, the center of lift does not have enough moment to overcome COP and causes negative pitching moment during re-entry. Possible fix. Rework the bearings so the COP is coplanar with dog. There we go. Canards would fix that front lift issue. No, they wouldn't. Adding canards is moving the center of pressure forward. So is adding drag to the front of it. Am I wrong? I don't think so. That would make it fly worse. That would make it fly worse. Remember, the confines of what we're working with here, guys, is static, is pitching torque. So no control surfaces. How does it fly with no control surfaces? Right? Get that canard crap out of here. That freaking canard stuff out of here, you freaking bums. A V-tail would add a bit more rear drag. Yes, Eric, absolutely. But it's nothing compared to switching the fairings around. If the overall center of pressure was at the front, the craft would want to pitch up, but it doesn't, so that's not the issue. I mean, Lava, our center of pressure is up here, and we're making drag from the wings underneath our center of gravity. So the drag coupled with the center of pressure that is basically right around here at the fairing plate, right? That with the drag underneath and the center of lift being like this, that would make nose down pitching moment, would it not? Ship 26 flies better with Dart. Ship 26 flies better than Dart? Oh, I don't ever recall Ship 26 ever flying. That's weird. Hey, Monoprop. How's Dart development coming? We're learning a lot with the wind tunnel and validating flight models and stuff. Oh, thanks, Crab. Well, Luby, ideally we'd want it lined up with our center of gravity. So if I take all the exact same components, right, and then just shift the fairings back a little bit, dude, should work. Shouldn't be an issue. If I get the center of pressure even remotely near, and then we shift the wings to line up the wing center of lift, and we get the center of pressure, center of lift, and center of mass all to be pretty coplanar, this thing should be excellent. I mean, lining up center of pressure like that, we should take a hint from what Aqualex linked the other day when he was saying, like, get some stability. So what we could do if we wanted to be really trick is get our center of pressure right in front of the center, or like coplanar with it. Center of pressure right on center of mass with the center of lift just a smidge behind it, and that'll give us the stability. That will make it so it doesn't want to tumble end over end. You just need a little teeny weeny bit of stability. Just a little teeny. Yeah, guys, now that I know what I need to fix, I mean, but when we designed this a second ago, I was just guessing. Now that I know, it's, yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to fix it. Is there a mod to visualize center of pressure? The wind tunnel does it. pretty well. What's the name of this song? Samba of the South is what it's named. I'd love to see you mess with Condor 9 after this build, to be honest. Condor 9 is retired. MLV is an infinitely better vehicle. Can you explain center of pressure? What is the mean point in non-dimensional aerodynamics? The mean point where you basically make... Let me get the definition, hold on. Yeah, there you go. I was about to say drag, but pressure variation is what we're looking for. Center of pressure is the average location of the pressure variation on an object's surface. It's the point on a body where a single force can represent the total effect of the pressure field acting on it. It's the point where the pressure, the body lift, Sawyer. Body lift and drag are the average effective point. Does that make sense? It works kind of like the center of mass and center of lift, but it's an average point of body lift and drag. That's what it is, not just lift, right? No problem, Conan. It's a great song, dude. Good thinking music. See what I mean? Center of pressure is dynamic. It kind of depends. The center of pressure point shouldn't change. How much pressure you generate, Q, dynamic pressure, is what changes. COP doesn't change unless the vehicle changes. That's what Q is, maximum dynamic pressure. See? Bringing it all back together. Random music question. Have you ever heard of a band called T-Square? No. Flame Trench tomorrow? Yep. As far as I can tell. Nice hint. So the center of pressure doesn't change even when in a supersonic regime where things get funky. It shouldn't. I mean, there might be some small variations, but we're not talking like moving all over the place, right? 1980s jazz fusion city pop band from Japan. T-square is a construction tool. I use it mostly for drywall work. It does rather radically, actually. Okay, what are we talking about here? I suppose, yeah, I mean, with angle of attack here, Flame Trench is going to be so hot, dude. The center of pressure will change with the vehicle's dynamics, aka with change in Reynolds number, with speed, with angle of attack. It's why you can get control reversal. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense, Rocket Guy. It does, Roscoff. Let me just put it to you like this. Kid Hack is not Felipe's KSP2, but it's, yeah, the aerodynamics in Kid Hack are a much better aerodynamic, but they're based off of KSP. It's the same guy made it. Dude, you... Yeah. Never mind. Can't say anything. I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing. I ain't saying nothing. I don't know. Nobody tells me nothing. Stuff's cooking. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, Toothless. If Felipe had made KSP2, he'd never make KSP2. KSP2 doesn't exist. See what I'm saying? There we go. Alright, so where do we proceed? Well, what we're gonna have to do Hey, Rocket Guy, can you explain to Lava Eagle what's going on, dude? I'm not... I guess I wasn't clear enough. Can you do me a solid, man? But the squad still exists, like, can you still purchase... You could still purchase KSP1, so who's getting the money if KSP1 is not actively being developed or maintained now? Take-Two gets it. They own the IP. Okay, we're running out of time here because space news, but... How far away from are we from a test flight? Brand, you just missed it. I just flew the dang thing, and it flew really bad. Like really bad. Like Jeb slammed into the ocean going like 300 meters a second. It was pretty bad. Yeah, it doesn't fly very good. It flew poorly. Yeah, Conan, I'm not going to disagree with you there. Pitching moment from the elevons is too close to the center of mass. No. We're talking about pitching torque. No control surfaces involved here, guys. Hey AJ, what would you say Dart real life counterpart is in real life? Dart has no counterpart in real life, T-Man, in real life. This is my own design. I designed it. It's purely functional based design based off of my Freedom architecture. There's nothing else that looks like this. There's stuff that kind of looks like it. If I had to say what it's closest, what it's like the closest thing to, DC 200, maybe, if you really want, like, here. The DC 200, their Sierra Space's second generation space plane, looks suspiciously like Dart. It's a little sus, man. But yeah, that's just a coincidence. It suspiciously looks a lot like Dart. Yeah, I suppose Hermes would be another close analog. Close, but not exactly analogous. Yeah. There's nothing that looks exactly like it. Like, this isn't a copy. Yeah, Clipper would be another one. Which is basically what happens if you take Soyuz and try to make it into a space shuttle. Yeah, also Dinosaur. It takes a lot of influence from a lot of different things, dude. This song, again and again. Hey, EJ. Oh, hey, Sebo. How you doing? Hey, could you change the music for me, man? I'm kind of getting sick of this song. Oh, yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, all you had to do was ask. There we go. I was enjoying that. Sebo wasn't. No, you get to enjoy the emo music from Summer Car. No, this is what you get. This is what you get now. No, I'm not satiating you with the Windows song, okay? Don't you dare do Windows. Oh, now I kind of want to. See, guys, when I started doing the arrow shell for Dart the other day, that's what I was trying to make it look like. I was like, okay, you know, if we're gonna do this, we'll make it look like DC 201. What? What? I never want to hear the Windows song. What? What? Hey, the song's a bit of a downer if you don't mind going back to the samba. It looks a bit like a fancy clog with wings. All re-entry vehicles look like shoes just because of how... just because of plasma. I actually really like that. That's actually kind of nice. The Windows song made me change streams. Sorry, but that song is bad. At Bad Chicks, that is completely fair. I wonder what tile mechanism they're going to use for this thing. Probably something similar to current Dream Chaser. My, summer. The Mach-E is a re-entry vehicle confirmed. No. No.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
My summer car.
Yeah. No, not a Mach-E. The Ford Aerostar. Now that's a minivan. If I was gonna drive a minivan around, it'd be that. But I don't drive minivans, so it's all good. I love the Aerostar's all-wheel drive. Wait, what? No. Did? No, Chief, I'm good, thanks. Oh. Oh, look at those stripes. Oh, yeah. Huh. Lima. Hey, they put a 4-liter in it. Four-liter Cologne was optional in rear-wheel drive versions and standard in all-wheel drive examples. And, dude, it came with a TK5. And an M50D. Oh. Okay, hang on. I need to see something here. Dude. It has a transfer. Zarek, it has a. Your dad had a 4-wheel all-wheel drive in northern Canada. Winter was a joke to that thing. Dude, it's got a transfer case. It's not a transaxle. Dude. So it's like proper all-wheel drive. Like longitudinal engine, transmission, transfer case from... I want one. Damn it! Like, look, it has a transfer. Look, there's a transfer case. It's like proper longitudinal all-wheel drive, like a Skyline. A Skyline has not a similar drivetrain in concept. It's not the same. But look, it's got a transfer case. Dude. All right. Okay. Here, okay, new plan. We find an Aerostar. We find a clapped out one with the Cologne V6, right? Right? Following me? With the M50D transfer case, right? Okay. M50D actually shouldn't be that hard to find. Those are everywhere. Ford put those in everything, right? Okay. Find that. And then we take it, because it's low profile, because it belongs in a minivan. We take it, we put it in a car. And we make some all-wheel drive ridiculousness. Okay, I got it. That Cologne V6, the 4-liter, they said it was in the Ranger and the Explorer, right? Said it was in the Ranger and the Explorer. Okay. So what we do, we go find a Ford Ranger. We get the 4x4 mechanism out of there. We put an Aerostar drivetrain in it, right? Put an Aerostar drivetrain in it. Lower the sucker. Put the Aerostar's all-wheel drive in. It'll fit because it's a 4x4, right? Right? And then we twin turbo the Cologne V6 and we make a Ford Cyclone. And there are some versions of the Explorer. There are some versions of the Explorer that came with a V8 in it. It came with a 5-liter in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. It came with a 5-liter in it. If that's the case, that means it might share that specific 5-liter might share a similar bolt pattern. So we could have like a twin turbo V8 Ford Ranger, all-wheel drive. You found the Aerostar. How much? How much? $1,800. It's not a manual, though. Not a manual. It's automatic. We don't want that. All-wheel drive Aerostar is the undiscovered GTR Skyline. So, Zarek, here's another thing. What's stopping us from, like, taking that out and putting it in another Ford? Like, what if we took, like, a Ford LTD, we put that in there, and we made an all-wheel drive LTD? It's possible. You could do it. A lot of modifications, but you could. You could. I would want to make a Ford Cyclone. All right. So GMC had this truck, right? Called the Cyclone. It's a Chevy S10. It has a turbo V6 all-wheel drive. And that was the fastest production car in the early 90s. Yes. Faster than a Ferrari, faster than anything. Yeah, I know. It's a little strange. I don't think the all-wheel drive version came in manual. It's got an M50D. It had to have. If it's M50D or a TK5, it had to have that. Yeah, it has to be a manual. But, I mean... I'm going to get the funk out. Yep. Ford introduced an all-wheel drive system called the E4WD, electronic four-wheel drive developed specifically for the model line. E4WD was offered from 1990 to 1987 on XLT and Eddie Bauer trims, contrast to the four-wheel drive system in other light Ford trucks. E4WD was not configured nor intended for off-road driving. While no low range gear was provided, the system provided increased traction in adverse weather conditions without driver input. E4WD used a Dana TC28 transfer case with a center differential, regulated electronically by a controlled electromagnetic clutch. All four wheels received traction at all times. To accommodate the added weight and friction losses, the system was paired with a high-end torque 4-liter V6 and an automatic... Ah, crap, you're right. Give me 1 second. It's almost time for space news, guys, so that's gonna... That's going to do it for Kerbal for now. We'll switch over to space news here in a moment. I just need to research this. Faster than an F40. 0 to 60. Yeah. Yes. At least I'm pretty sure. I said fastest. Fastest 0 to 60 production car. Excuse me. Interesting. I got to research this. Okay, it's a Dana TC28 transfer case. Can that bolt to an M50D? I have a 95 Ranger. I'm having a 5-liter with a 5-speed installed. The engine and transfer already been fitted. I'm trying to figure out what manual transfer case I can use with the M50D. I'm having trouble finding a straight answer online. I've just been typing in questions to Google and reading. NP208, NP205, NP205. Werfris, Alric Baldwin. Zarek, it's fine. It's fine. I have the Space News links being compiled. Just here. Let's ask a different question. What transmissions will bolt to a TC28 transfer case? It's going good, Humble. Good, good. Aerostar research music. Space doesn't permit us to get into electronic troubleshooting. Ford factory repair manual is 12 pages of electronic testing and diagnostics. While we're on the subject, it pays to establish good working relationship with your local dealers. The N28 is a simple transfer case. See the accompanying illustrations for a parts blow-up. The only special tools needed are a front output shaft nut, wrench, and a front output shaft holding tool. Front output shaft retaining out is the giant economy size most units have seen. Trying to see what that bolt pattern is. Oh. What are we looking at? It's a transfer case, Reagan, from a minivan. I'm trying to see if you could bolt another transmission up to it, like a manual transmission. That's definitely not, that's not the same transfer case at all. See, we need to figure out what that bolt pattern is, and then the splines on the input shaft there. See if you can bolt another transmission to it. If you could put a 5-speed in front of that transfer case, that'd be pretty cool. Like an M50D in front of that thing, and then, like, for instance, put it in a Mustang or something, all-wheel drive Mustang. I mean, that would require a significant redesign to the front suspension. I'm totally aware of that for the people that are, no, man, you couldn't do that. Tessa, what is the project for? Well, we were talking about Ford Aerostars, right? Because I showed chat that picture, and apparently, Tessa, those came with a 4-liter V6 with a crappy 4-speed all-wheel 4-speed transmission. But there's a transfer case, a low-profile transfer case that Ford put in this thing that makes there are certain versions that were all-wheel drive. Project Binky. You see where I'm going with this? Now, Tessa, what's stopping me? Now, not necessarily Project Binky, right? We're not going to do that, I don't think. Not smart enough to do that yet. What if we took something like that, like the Aerostar all-wheel drive drivetrain, and we put it in a Ford Ranger, right? An old Ford Ranger, like from the 80s or something, like that. Put it in something like that, lowered it, right? I mean, that one has a little bit of a lift. Something like that, right? Lowered it, right? And put a turbo on the V6. Turbo V6 all-wheel drive. Just saying. Just saying. It would be like GMC's Typhoon or the Cyclone, but with Ford parts. Because if you recall, I was trying to say this a little bit earlier. The Cyclone is just a Chevy all-wheel drive Astrovan drivetrain that's been shoehorned into a truck. That's it. That's all it is. Same idea. Yeah, Nader. Well, that's, like I said, that's what a Cyclone is. A Cyclone is the drivetrain from an Astrovan that they put in that smaller vehicle and turboed. So we could make a Ford Cyclone. Call it the Hurricane. Because it's not... Most transfer cases look very similar, Bloody. Yeah. That's what we could do, man. So you want to make an inferior Ford product. No, you know what I really want to do is time you out. And I'm going to follow through and time you out. Do it on the 50 line. It's lighter and it has a V8. It is not lighter. And Tessa, when you popped in, what I was trying to research is if that all-wheel drive Ford transfer case, the Dana TC28, what's the bolt pattern? Can it bolt to a 5-speed? Because if we can get the right 5-speed on there, then it could bolt to a V8. And then you could have a V8 all-wheel drive turbocharged truck. The Aerostar already has a truck chassis. Yeah, Flip Up. I understand that, but it's a minivan. Yeah. Actually, knowing Ford, it's probably the same chassis as this. Let me hold on. We'll get into space news in a moment. I need to read. Ford Motor Company, the development of the minivan began life in the early 1970s as a companion model to the Econoline. Ford explored the concept of a garageable van designed with a roof line that easily fit through a typical garage door opening. Okay. Dubbed the Ford Carousel. Using the 124-inch wheelbase of the Club Wagon. Okay. To achieve its garageable status, the roof line of the Carousel was lowered approximately 12 inches in comparison to a standard wheelbase Ford Club Wagon, placing its height close to that of the Ford Windstar or Freestar. Yeah, okay. Carousel also received more steeply raked windshield. The Carousel. While the prototype received positive response from Ford executives for a potential 1976 introduction, the Carousel did not reach production under any model name. At the time of the development, financial constraints forced the company to divert funds towards critical projects, Fox platform, Panther platform, and the 1980 Ford F-Series. All fantastic chassis. Along with it not replacing an existing Ford model line, Carousel did not compete. In 78, Lee Iacocca and Hal Sperlich both departed Ford and were hired by Chrysler. At the time, the company had worked on its own garageable van project for a year. Yeah, Caravan. I'm trying to see what chassis. Oh, here we go. The new van project adopted rear-wheel drive layout for two primary reasons. While the new van was given a car-like ride, its 119-inch wheelbase largely placed the wheels at all four corners. Another key objective was the design to tow 5,000 pounds, matching the Ford Ranger then in design. To lower production engineering costs, the rear-wheel drive configuration also shared mechanical components with light Ford trucks. Okay. Interesting. The Aerostar progressed further into introduction of two Ghia-designed 7-passenger concept vehicles, 82 Ford Aerovan and the 84 APV, both derived from the Ford Escort. The Aerovan is a two-door wagon, the APV was a three-door MPV van. Interesting. In a break from Ford light truck precedent, the Aerostar did not use the twin I-beam front suspension from cars, instead using an unequal length A-arms and coil springs for the front suspension, okay? Rear suspension was a coil spring live rear axle fitted with the 3-link configuration. Dude, it's got a 3-link in it? It's similar to the Panther platform. Are those transfer cases expensive? I don't know, Tessa. You kind of came in right at the beginning of this. I'm just going to search by chassis here. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Most people seem to swap the transfer case to an MP205 from what I've found. Well, that's not as fun. An MP205 is a truck transfer case. That's a 4x4 transfer case. That's not a four-wheel drive transfer case. So, guys, if you're wondering, 4x4 means you can select it. You can go 2 wheels or 4 wheels, right? You have a selectable transfer case. All-wheel drive is just all 4 wheels all the time. That's what I'm looking for. Unless an MP205, I'm pretty sure the MP205 is a Jeep transfer case. Bro, they made it in Eddie Bauer trim. Look at that freaking thing. Oh my goodness. I'm just wondering if this is based off of the Ranger chassis in any way, shape, or form. Kind of looks like it is, but yeah. Anyway. Little bit of a dive there. I will be right back. Going to take a quick break. And yeah, we will start space news. A Ford Aerostar. Shaw. My grandparents had a two-tone brown Aerostar. Nice. All right. Give me 10 to 15 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes, and we will start space newsing it up. I'll be back momentarily.